Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 8 of the Brian Walshe trial. It seems like he's got his fancy boy coat on today. I don't know who organized it for him, but look at the fancy little collar. Does that mean he's ready to take the stand? I asked you guys on a poll, do you think Brian Walshe will take the stand? 53% say yes, and I'm with you. I think he has to explain that crazy defense. 31 or 30% now say no, and 17% said not sure yet. Oh, you're on the fence. I think he's gonna. Okay, that's my opinion. And I think he has to, based on, really? You're gonna tell us your wife suddenly died in the bed? And then what? You threw her in the trash? No. I don't think so. Okay, so, wow. The court was late again today. The judge doesn't like that. She doesn't like that. So, all that we missed was literally staring at the clock, look, staring at the clock forever and ever and ever, and then eventually staring at Brian Walshe. Let's not do that. There was a long sidebar. Okay, so they just started a few minutes ago with the Voire of Jem Mutlu. The jury is supposed to be in at 10 a.m. today, so that's in a few minutes. So I'm going to forward now to where the sound comes on, and let's see Jem Mutlu, the friend who was at Brian and Anna Walshe's house for New Year's Eve. Last person besides Brian Walshe to see Anna Walshe alive. He's going to testify first thing this morning, which is just so great. Okay, so here we go. Oh my word, he even has a fancy boy tie on. Look at him. I'm telling you, he's going to get up there like, Well, hello, everybody. Yes, do tell us your story.
Woo. Almost went sliding off the back of my chair. Hold on a second.
Welcome to all my moderators, patrons, members, subscribers, and any locals in chat. Anyone from Massachusetts watching with us, let us know. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for this beautiful picture of Anna Walshe. My goodness, look at this picture. It's so pretty. So Grizzly Cat finds beautiful pictures and then edits them to make them even nicer, right? Like, wow. This is a very nice picture of Anna Walshe. So I hope there will be justice for her.
All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Jem Mutlu, okay. Let's go forward a little bit.
Face clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, so help you God, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Baby, just keep your voice up and speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that.
The sound just sounds a little bit crappy and distorted. Hold on one second. I just want to, got to turn down the boost a little bit. Ew, okay, wait. Sorry, hold on there. Okay, this should be good.
Microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And, sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from D.C., which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right, the difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay.
frequently.
All right,
Yeah,
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person, and
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do
Okay.
not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fastow. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And yet Brian Walshe says that Anna took her phone upstairs for a while. Brian was very busy selling stories about where the phones were. He's like, I misplaced my phone. Remember, Brian Walshe told this friend on that night, New Year's Eve, I've misplaced my phone. And then he messaged him on January 2nd and said, oh, I found my phone. Oh, my word, to me, that's a little bit. I think this could be a very strong witness to prove some premeditation, don't we think? Now, this is Voire, so the jury is not present. Also, Michelle Garlow said, what a heavy burden to carry, setting Jem's strength for his testimony, justice for Anna. And Plant and Puppy Lady said, why is he not testifying? He will testify in front of the jury. They're just qualifying some of these answers, meaning to make sure that the defense is okay with it, everyone's okay with it. At least that's what I understand from Voire, from me being a non-lawyer, right? It's just to check the parameters in which they could ask those questions, because it's sensitive testimony and could really incriminate Brian Walshe, as if he hasn't incriminated himself already. Okay, let's continue.
How do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take?
counter,
Kitchen counter.
yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night, yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow.
And, sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir,
Why are any of you giving
Is
this
it fair
guy
to
a hard time? Please don't give him a hard time. My goodness. He was at a New Year's Eve party 3 years ago. Right? Like December 31st, 2022. And they were having champagne, they were having wine, they were having a great time. It was Happy New Year. It was a great, experience. Brian Walshe was cooking, okay, up a storm apparently, being the chef boy he is. And now they need to know on the stand, under pressure, when his friend was allegedly murdered. That's what this trial's about. Wow, this is like hectic. You were the last person in that house before Anna was allegedly murdered and then dismembered. That must be really hectic to be like, bye, at 1:30 in the morning. And by 4:58 a.m., Brian Walshe is like, how long does it take for a body to smell? So like within 3 or so hours after he left, maybe even immediately, Anna Walshe was killed. That's crazy. So I don't know. I just feel like I have a lot of empathy for him. I'm not asking everyone to, but here at Grizzly True Crime, I do ask that we don't snark at witnesses. If you want to snark at Chef Boy, wannabe Chef Boy, wannabe Art Boy, defendant Brian Walshe, she boy. I just have all the snark for Brian Walshe, okay? Let's reserve it for him. Also remember, witnesses watch our feeds afterwards as well. And I want them to feel safe. I want them to be able to reach out and come and talk to us and everything. And they always compliment this community because of that, saying, wow, okay, I went to look and the people are so nice there. And you guys were saying, you know, either positive feedback or positive critique, but not just like, I don't know, just snark at the witnesses, okay? So be nice.
Say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No,
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
no.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of the Voire. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walshe on the 29th of December.
Yes,
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you had said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes,
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022,
I did.
and you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So, again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember.
Give him his testimony transcripts. How about that? Right? Let him read it and refresh his recollection. Some people hate it when they say, may I refresh your recollection? They're like, I hate it when they say that. I quite like it. Give him his transcripts or what? It might help. Andrew McBain, welcome. Welcome, everyone.
I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and he previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems, she did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall the words baby boy, douchebag, useless spineless creature, or any other such words that maybe was used to describe Brian Walshe? Because I could imagine some of those being used. Oh my word. Southern Calibri's like, leave Jem alone. Well, his testimony is going to be quite important. I just hope that he can review the transcripts. I don't know why the state did not remind him to do that, right? Just to make sure, if he's a very important witness, what do you know? What did you see? I mean, damn. If Anna was like, let's take a picture and send it to William Fastow. Oh, Brian Walshe had some, if he was standing in the room at the time, some confirmation. Then again, that Anna was talking to Will Fastow and he had his suspicions or whatever. However, in opening statements, the defense said that Brian Walshe knew that Anna had a crush on Will Fastow because she told him. And he didn't react in a jealous way. This is literally part of the opening statements. Do you remember that? He wasn't jealous at all. He was fine with it. I'm like, okay. No, I don't think he was fine with any of that. And this ended in dismemberment. So I think before that comes murder, not just sudden death in a bed, right? Yeah, Stefan said, problems in her marriage is equivalent to marital problems in my universe. Same here. Yeah, you won't even look at Brian Walshe. That's right. Don't look at him.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that...
Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Now you may speak.
Thank you, I apologize.
Sorry.
I don't have eyes back here. So...
You are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children, traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that, just to make sure that we're going to the right portion, and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said, and I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that?
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I will
you
be right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
I love this judge.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well?
You may.
Thank you.
Would Brian Walsh also like to step out for a tinkle? Or to change his diaper? Sorry. Very snarky today, huh? Especially at Brian Walsh. Oh my word, if he takes a stand. Oh my word. Please take the stand this afternoon. Please make our dreams come true. You get up there like Nicholas Casodas did. Do you remember the Nicholas Casodas trial? Oh my word, we were like, this guy's gonna, and he did. And the stories he told, it was like, bro. Jim McIntyre. Okay, I can actually go forward, sorry about it. He's scribing something. Ew. He's got all dressed up for his big day. Better be ready. Better be ready, Brian Walsh. Silence. Lots of silence. Yes, Alicia, Mummy has to change his diaper. Now would be a good time before Jim testifies. Stefan says the double lawyer in Jim McIntyre's murder in Delaware. Mm-hmm. And how is Brian Walsh going to explain all of this? Do tell. Oh my word, the surveillance footage of Brian Walsh in, which store was it? Wasn't in Lowe's, wait. Was it in Lowe's? No, it wasn't. I can't remember where now. But when he like checked himself in the camera and like fixed his hair and smiled at himself. What are you doing, Brian Walsh? on surveillance.
Who is entering, all rise.
Woo! Okay, bailiff. Damn. Okay, everybody stand up.
Sam, switch step. Step. Sure, you will. Step.
West London says, Grizzly, you have the giggles today, baby boy. I think it's his coat that set me off. When I saw how he came all dressed up today, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's an interesting neckline. I think he's preparing to get up there, you know.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard by say the Commonwealth. May be seated, court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And you were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes.
I was not able to comply. Were you guys able to comply? Did you bug your significant others? Wife, husband, anyone in the house? Cats? I bugged everybody. I'm like, let me tell you what happened.
And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. I'll let me call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jim Mutlu.
Yes, yes. Here we go.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Just take your time, just watch your step. Thank you. Sure. Sharon, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Okay, we'll keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walshe at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walshe?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in D.C. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am,
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer,
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
sure,
And then once that passes,
of course,
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
of course.
All right, now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that her, that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony.
Midstream.
I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
while I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right.
He went straight into that phrase. The defense is like, we don't want him to say those words. That is what it was, though. It is what. How else would you characterize it? You know what I mean? They were having, well, they were. You know, but the defense wants everyone to believe that they were madly in love. Right. And someone who's so in love would be accused of murdering his wife, but then what followed, even if she suddenly died, is dismemberment and throwing her in the trash and all her jewelry. Well, the jewelry she was wearing, the jewelry, bags, like there's no grieving. It's just throw away and go and buy new rugs and scented candles and continue to Google things. So, they were. Well done, Mr. Jam. Mutlu. He's like, have marital problems. Okay.
I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Oh, dear. Yeah, they can't unhear it now. Do I see a little smirk? Mr. Mutlu being naughty, but for a good cause. Karen, KNY said, well done, Mr. Mutlu, let the jury know the truth. Okay. Yeah, Stefan said, does having problems with her felon husband sound better, defense? Ooh, say that, Mr. Mutlu. Okay, I'll say it differently. She was having problems with her criminal husband. Yeah, that does not sound better. Fee Riley, thank you for your ZAR, South African Rands. I'm from South Africa, so that's always nice to see. Kudos to Jem. He's a true, honest friend and human. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, Brian Walsh. He does look like he's like, I am offended. His neck is back like this today. How dare he? I have been betrayed. You're going down, Brian Walsh. Okay, let's see what. Kay Wilson said, jury heard it, can't unring the bell. Okay, I can go forward a little bit now, sorry. Wait. There we go.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
Oh,
sir,
another
again,
question.
sure,
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th, okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah,
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car? or
There was
anything?
no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so, tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so, when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen?
Shame.
Show it for the record.
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so, when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
Shame.
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fastow. And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, and 259, pictures of the champagne box. How long will seek to publish this?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as 3 photos, 257.
I'm sorry, I have to explain why I'm giggling. Tracy, you wrote, and I do like this, I would like to call it that. You said, please read the blue banana above with info, okay? Everybody read the blue banana. Okay, the banner. The banner tells you who's on the stand and who's asking the questions.
7 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as Exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet, we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Oh my word, is Brian Walsh literally just smiling here? Oh, nice memory. Really? Oh, now you realize, oh crap, here come the cameras. Thank you. Sorry, I think your name was Ryan. Right, thank you for the coffee. Look at him.
Now, that night, Did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes, the gist of it was that it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late, and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said I'd better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. Again, I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah,
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, "Thomas just found my phone"?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Why are you guys saying no sound?
Before
sound on my side.
January
Second?
2nd,
Yes.
any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response.
Okay, I pinned a message. It's usually an issue between YouTube and some devices, okay? Just exit and come back if you can hear me. If not, read the message. I'm going to go back a little bit in case you missed anything, okay? So.
Conversations.
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman.
Even a little more. There we go.
There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
Second?
2nd.
Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
Whoa. Brian Walshe on January 4th of 2023 is calling Jam, huh? Have you seen Anna? She actually left for a work emergency on the 1st. And then Jam's like, what? Why? Did you have an argument? And Brian Walshe says, why? Did it look like we were arguing? Oh, Brian, were you holding yourself together all night there or what on the 31st, huh?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to, let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation, his demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And,
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walshe?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Shame. Ooh, he's got to brace himself for cross. How's this gonna go now? Oh dear.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long? Mm-hmm. And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Brian Walshe failed at that, learned absolutely nothing, and they should probably sue him for bad characterization of their course. Boston Breakthrough Academy. That's where Brian Walshe met Mutlu.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
Or pretending to.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said "we," you meant Mr. Walsh.
No, Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah,
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process.
correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague? Mm-hmm. In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program and thereafter? Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh dear. He sure is an impactful person, that Brian Walsh, in the worst kind of way, though. Yeah, and Miranda says, impactful was your word, attorney. Attorney Kelly Porges. Now, Brian, are you feeling defeated? What are you going over there? What are you looking at there? Huh? Text messages? Oh boy. Is he reading text messages between Anna and Jem at this moment?
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall, and we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
Of course he was. Brian Walsh, oh my word, the top philanthropist, everyone. He raised the most funds. They want to raise $80,000, he'll just throw in $80,000 on top of that, which he did not have. So wait, the Boston breakthrough, they met in January of 2020. His art fraud case was already happening, man. Like, what the heck? And he sold those 2 Andy Warhol paintings for $80,000. The fake ones? Yeah. So, I'm looking at that and going, okay, at least he gave it to charity. People benefited from that, right? But Ooh, to look into where he got that money. That would be interesting.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one. But I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assumed that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna would
Required.
come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you.
He did.
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations, is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
There was, she did everything. A director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" She came from hospitality, and she took pride. That's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me, and she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employ. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours
So I'm
actually.
just going to stop you.
Yes,
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally
And as a friend, yes.
and
both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you gotta support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
Okay. And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Yes, bring up your client's criminal history.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone?
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna?
I was sitting next to Anna.
And Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna?
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
Why do they keep bringing that up? Again, this is the defense asking. Would you like him to say, oh yeah, no, he was super jealous. He's jealous right now. He's busy reading my messages between, myself and Anna. He's busy flapping through the pages right now. Can't control himself, even in the courtroom. I don't think he was jealous, maybe, of this friendship, but maybe he was. But why is the defense you want, okay, say it. Yeah, he was super jealous. This guy could not handle anything. That's not going to help his case at all, right?
Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of the friendship with her?
He did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh dear. Little bit of sidebar. Well, I did enjoy this cross-examination. We got some extra tea that we didn't even know we needed, but okay, we're here for it. Tell us everything. My goodness. And around the time when Anna was, as Jem said, reacting in a passive-aggressive way, and he felt that she needed some time out and to spend time at home, shame. That was probably the worst for her, because time at home meant more time with this idiot. This is probably the idiot that made her feel so much stress and pressure, also because of his criminal charges. And realizing, oh my word, he's nothing that he says he is. He has no money. Like, it's all pretend. This guy is nothing. He is nobody. What? Oh my word. And Anna was very successful, right? So I think the timeline matches when Anna was feeling stressed and maybe a bit snappy. One might even say snarky. Oh, shame. Well, she was dealing with this idiot here. See, what is he reading now? Are you still reading the messages there? He's pointing at something. You cannot really see his hand below this Core TV logo. He's got his pen out though. Okay. And we're back.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing, right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer's
Diana Walshe. Oh my word. She's just like everywhere where her baby boy is at all times. Like he's a grown ass man. And it's fine to be close to your mom, but at the same time, damn. She's always there. She's always watching. She's in the courtroom right now, okay? Whoa. And even when it's like, we're moving to DC, Anna's like, we got to get some distance. Like, remember we read the article? If you didn't hear it, it was yesterday. I timestamped part 1 and 2 and 3 for you. We read through a very interesting little article, okay? But even there, Anna decided when they got married, and it's like Brian moved him in with his mom. Like the 3 of them were together, and then the kids and all that. Then Anna's like, it is time to leave the nest, okay? We're going to get our own housey. How about that? They got their own housey. And then Anna's like, eventually, we're moving to DC. It's a pity you have an ankle monitor and you're a criminal and a fraud, but we're moving to DC, okay? And he's like, all right, my mother's also moving there. What the hell, man? And now the mother was obviously there in court as well with all his fraud charges, but like, oh, how dare Anna hold her friend's hand? How dare she? The mother didn't like it, so Brian didn't like it. Okay, calm down, everyone.
stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walshe.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out.
Would looking at a copy of your
Oh.
interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Yes, let's have a look at it. Okay, we want to hear everything. True Crime Corey said, I have a feeling Mommy didn't like Anna very much, in my opinion. Brian Walshe said as much in his police audio interviews, which they played on day 2. Oh, he said that. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Also, it is not a crime to have a crush. You know what I mean? But they were friends. Ooh, they held hands at the court hearing. Well, Brian Walshe boy is facing his fraud charges. No. Yes. I just mean like, yeah, it makes sense to me. Because, shame, poor Anna had some spineless baby boy at home. Who's a complete fraud. Realizing it over time, layer by layer.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys, so I don't know what to tell you.
Can I just see your face?
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Well, Mr.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
Like, where does your mind go when they're bringing this up? If you're on the jury, huh? I'm thinking, oh, wow. So Brian Walshe snapped that night when Jem left because Brian's jealous of Jem? That's where my mind's going now. Forget William Fastow for a second. Oh, so you're saying that Anna said she had a crush on Jem? Ooh. That's the last person, the last man in the house with Brian and Anna. I'm still going to vote for guilty. Whatever set Brian Walshe off. Now they've given us another possibility. Thank you so much for that, defense.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the
From the top
top of the page?
until the bottom, until,
Sure. So we actually started.
just
Read to
just
yourself.
read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Mumble it so we can hear the hot mic. Okay, no, don't cause issues in court, but I do wish we could hear that. And he's got his eyebrows raised, which means surprise. Well, he's probably also just trying to read, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have his reading glasses on. But, oh, do tell us. He is mumbling it. Thank you. Thanks for listening. Yes.
That's it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
He can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If it
I
doesn't,
don't
it doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point, you developed a close relationship with another female coworker,
That's correct.
and I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walshe telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on you?
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walshe told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on
I'll see you
you.
at the side of the bench.
Ooh, somebody's going to get scolded by Judge Diane Fournier. So I'll see you at the side of the bench. But do carry on, defense, because all you've done, in my opinion, is give us yet another motive for Brian Walshe to murder his wife out of jealousy, to snap. Huh? Oh. So when he said that Anna said, sorry to pause him like that, wait. Sir, I'm very sorry about that. That's not too bad, okay? Oh, premeditation could be 30 seconds, a minute, 5 minutes. How about all night? 8:30 to 1:30. New Year's Eve. Oh. Okay. I think he was a jealous boy. Yeah. So Stefan said Brian Boy was jealous of Jem and jealous of Will. Motive. Yeah. Thanks, defense. I'm ready to vote now. Guilty. Okay, let's go forward. Brian looks like he's sulking now. Which is interesting in itself. Okay. Let's quickly see. And we're off. Here we go again.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in D.C. for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant?
A
A confidant?
confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers?
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay,
One of the sisters I never had.
okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her?
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay,
on December 31st.
okay. And you also told us at the time Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said it, that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, "Let me check with Brian first."
I don't recall.
Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well, I
"I'll call
don't know.
you back"? and
No,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It
home?
was out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere,
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And,
So let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
yeah,
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million, roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property?
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay,
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fastow.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first, and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to D.C. with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fastow really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation...
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fastow.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or, yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family,
Thank you.
to Will Fastow.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fastow.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fastow.
No,
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fastow.
no,
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fastow.
not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fastow.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
But I
with...
can recall. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually, without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah,
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
that's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fastow. Yes?
Yes,
So Mr. Walshe knew that you were friends with Will Fastow.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did were you ever, at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did,
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes,
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
yes,
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it was cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is,
I'm repeating myself, but they're just giving me more reason to have, well, another reason for Brian's motive. Thanks, defense. I'm ready to deliberate. It'll take about 5 minutes.
this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that New Year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I? I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
Yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes.
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000?
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs and watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure.
A nice
Thank you.
time to take a break.
Take a step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else.
Emmy, X James, thank you for your sticker. You said that's the most condescending. Okay. Did I say it right? I've ever heard. Okay. Thank you so much for your sticker. I really appreciate your support. It does get a little annoying here and there, yes?
Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right.
Oh, probation
Have a
officer.
good break.
Thank you.
Is that so? Tell us about probation officer, huh? So yeah, tell us, I mean, why were they not able to ring the alarm when Brian Walshe was traveling all over the place with his ankle monitor on January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, until he got arrested on January 8th of 2023? I've also had that question. A lot of people in the comments after the live stream are like, wait, why was he not tracked? I know, right? Okay, wait, so we are, how many? We're about 10 minutes behind. They normally have a 20-minute break or so. Ali B from Tennessee, thanks for being a member for 31 months. You said such a heartbreaking case, being on replay due to studying for finals. Good luck with that. I hope it goes well. You said, House of Virgo. I'm like, you said, okay, thank you for upgrading to Grizzly. Super supporter. Really appreciate that. Okay, everyone. Let me not get in the habit of saying it like that. Sorry about that. Let's quickly just refresh the feed here. Just so that we all caught up, right? Wow. So there's not, I wonder, there's not that much time that we can just, I don't know what to read to you now. I want to read what you guys have to say. Let me just adjust the screen, my goodness. Okay, how about that? There we go. There's a judge behind me here. Okay, so what do you think of the testimony so far? Do you think it helps the state or not, as in Jem Mutlu's testimony? Do you think it helps the state's case or not? And how do you think the defense, the cross-examination is going? Do you think it's helping them, Brian's defense, or not? Very interesting. Sharon Martin said, does this defense even have a strategy? Was it Brian Walsh snapped in a jealous rage? Is it sudden explained demise? Is it a trick of the light? I mean, they started going in a direction of almost like, oh, so you were happy, you were signing the champagne bottle and, oh, well, the box. Okay. And so that seemed to imply, oh, we're going back on track to the defense's theory that Anna had a great night and then died suddenly in her sleep. And then her husband decided, you know what I'm going to do? Dismember her and throw her away everywhere, all over Massachusetts. Like, okay, no one's going to do that. Guilty. So, but it doesn't, to me, I just don't think it's helping the defense at all. I think the defense is helping the state. Even more than the state helped themselves in this round of questioning, right? With this witness. They've helped the state's case more. I think there's even more motive. Because if Brian not only knew that Jem was friends with William Fastow for over 20 years and introduced the Walsh family to William Fastow, now Brian's got suspicions that Anna's having an affair with William Fastow. If Anna then said, let's take a picture, or maybe just her and Jem, but let's take a picture and send it to William Fastow. Now I understand, so Brian would be aware. They're all aware that Jem and Will Fastow are great friends. Okay. So it wouldn't be that weird to be like, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fastow. But maybe at that point, Brian Walsh was like, oh my word. Like, these people are going to say it when I'm right here. These people think, I don't know. They think they're the only ones that know. Like, you would think maybe they're all plotting against him or all keeping a secret or whatever. I just think there's more motive than I've heard in this whole trial so far. And I think the defense brought it all up. So thanks, defense. Thanks for your cross-examination. That was the most interesting one yet. I'm glad how it was done. Janet says, shows Anna was a loving human being. Yes. A lot of people like to, like, there's comments like this. I see comments, right, that I hear every now and then, not today, but I've seen it on other days, where it's like, she was not a good mom. She was a this and this. But like, firstly, who said she was the best mom in the world? Who said it? Who said that a victim that has been murdered and dismembered is perfect, a saint, an angel? Nobody said it, you know. That's irrelevant. Nobody deserves to be murdered and dismembered and thrown away like trash. Do you know what I mean? Well, literally thrown away in the trash. Damn. That is unthinkable. Mancoon Mama Nicole said, if he wasn't sentenced yet and he was on probation, right? He was, he wasn't sentenced yet. He was sentenced in February of 2024 to 37 months in prison and 3 years of probation after that. So interesting. He was on probation. What was he on probation for? Violet Storm said, narcissists always think others are plotting. Ooh, projection. Interesting. And someone else said, when one is having a good time, the narcissist would play along, and then after everyone is gone, they lay into you. Oh, they have the mask on. Yes, in front of everybody. And bye, guest. And then the mask comes off. Interesting as well, right? Elsa says, Grizzly, you're the best. Even trying to pause on a flattering pose. Well, don't do that with Fancy Boy. No, don't worry. I'll try to find an unflattering pose for him. Like when he's digging in his ear and then rubbing his eye. Ew, he did that yesterday. Me here said, so what is the story with that ring? It is interesting, is it not? You know why? Because Will Fastow called it an engagement ring. Oh, I don't think it proposed. I don't think they were engaged, but like she had this new diamond ring. But obviously, I don't know if she bought it for herself. I don't know what Brian Walsh was thinking about it. Maybe he bought it for her. You know, with all the fraud he was doing. Maybe it's something he stole from his dad's house for all we know. Stefan said he served his sentence pre-sentencing because he had pleaded guilty beforehand. hence the ankle monitor. He served his sentence because he had pleaded guilty beforehand. Okay. Oh, should I say okay? Okay, all I know is he was sentenced February 2024, and he was there on probation, yes, with ankle monitor. Around that time, at the end of 2022. My goodness, and could not move to DC. Let me quickly see if I could find a picture here. Hold on one second. Let's see what we got. See if it's in this folder. Could maybe see a picture. Is this a picture of the ring? Could it be? I don't know if it's this one. Could be this one. Yes. And let's have a look at this one. Also, Mutlu his ancestry is Turkish. Because people are saying his name sounds Turkish, right? It is. Actually spelled in Turkey as C-E-M. That's why he said it's C-E-M, but he also calls it himself Jem. Okay, hold on. I'm just quickly looking if there's another picture that I have. Violet Storm said stolen goods or fake. Okay, where's this one picture I'm looking for? Not that one. Too many folders. Otherwise, I'll just go fetch it on Instagram. Hold on. Okay, take this one off. So if we go on a Walshe Instagram, because there's that one picture, and somebody was saying that this picture. Okay, wait. At the time, they blurred Anna's face, which was so odd to do. Why did they do that? This picture, they blurred her face when they showed it. And somebody in the comments had said, maybe they were trying to blur the ring, but they didn't. They just blurred her face. Why? Do you know? Why on earth did they blur her face? I don't get it. But there is a picture of the ring. There you could see, oh, it's a big shiny ring. And there's what the defense just said. It was worth several, what? I don't think I wrote that down right. Several $1,000? Several $100,000. I wrote down several $100,000. I don't know about that. Delizel said that was the engagement ring. Who, from who? Okay, so question number one. Why did they blur her face? I mean, we don't know, but maybe you guys have a good answer. Let's see what you say. You should be back any minute, I would guess, in a few minutes. So I wrote that down right. JLD says several $100,000. Damn, okay. See, I don't mind looking at a clock, hey? Just not the fan. I can't handle that. That's just like anxiety central. Staring at a fan behind you. No. BB said she has this ring on in November on Instagram. Yeah, so when was the ring bought? Okay, hold on. So I'm just scrolling through some of her pictures. So in November 2022, she has it. So let's go. I'm going to keep going. I'm just keeping this on here. She has it on September 2022 as well. Yeah, but that's why. That's what Kerry says they blurred her face to comply with the defense, moaning about it causing disadvantage to the client. But why? What's the disadvantage? Right? Okay, the jury's on a little break. It's their morning break, so we're just waiting for them to come back. You could just on our Walshe Instagram. I'm not showing it on screen now because there's some pictures of her kids in between and I don't want to show their faces. She has it on August of 2022 as well. Okay. Yeah, my chérie, amour, chérie said in pretrial arguments the defense wanted to limit pictures of Anna. It's so weird. The jury must be like, okay. But actually, someone says she's too pretty. Sis. Somebody made a good point earlier. Wait, what? Yeah. Hypnotized Lobster says they do it so the jury won't feel sympathy. So weird. They should make a huge picture of the victim there in the courtroom. At every trial, right? At every trial. We always have a picture up here. Okay, let me just make sure I've got this size right. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, we can see pictures of Hans, the dog, who's been adopted by, I believe, a police officer. Okay, so now I found the pictures from May 2018. There's nothing there. There's a ring already there. I don't know if this is the same one. So hold on. Oh. Is this now the same ring? I don't know. But this is posted February 2019. Okay. Let me scroll some more. Put it, here we go. This one is December 2019. So I think she's had it for a while, right? Same ring, says Emily Toombs. So it's not from William Fastow, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. It's not from William Fastow. He called it her engagement ring, and maybe it was her engagement ring from Brian Walshe. Which would make sense. And he probably stole it from his dad's house. Because he stole all the jewelry out of his dad's house. And art. And collections of all sorts of things his dad collected all over the world. Because I don't know how he was buying that, especially because his mom was not a fan, really. It sounds like, but of him being with really anyone. Right? Okay, so we're going to close that. All right. Anna, so sorry, but the selfies look pretty materialistic. Don't kill me. Firstly, no one's going to kill anyone. Don't do that, okay? No one kill anyone. Not advisable. Otherwise, we're going to snark at you at a trial. Okay, but also, there's literally no point in saying that. You know what I mean? So, it's Instagram, for goodness sake. Everybody might look that way on there. And Anna and Brian were into the finer things in life. It's just a problem that Brian Walshe was pretending. Pretending to have those things. Riding his mama's coattails and his dad's. Until the rest of the family made sure that Brian was cut off because his dad said he wants nothing to do with him and he disinherited him. Debbie MS1802 said, I think it was said they would blur her face if they were showing a pic for the ring or watch so it wouldn't invoke sympathy in the jurors. I understood that as well, but when they showed it, they only blurred her face. It was so weird. I was like, okay. Well, we could see the ring and the watch. Carol said some people like selfies, others don't. Absolutely. Carrie said Anna was doing what millions of people do on Insta. Exactly. Like, yeah, I don't feel like snark at the victim is appropriate. I feel like saying, read the room. You know what I mean? Okay. Michelle Garlow said he probably wanted Jem to see the ring to throw him off on his premeditated act, but she had it on for a long time. You know? Yeah. My chérie, do I say it right? French way. Amour chérie. Said, at least Anna was willing to work for the finer things in life. Exactly. She wanted to work hard and climb the ladder and do well authentically. Brian Walshe, on the other hand, is the most unauthentic POS. I can't say ever because there's many of them. But for today, I'll say ever. He's pretty terrible. Okay. Stefan said, I agree, G. Listen, bailiff. We're awake, okay? Stefan said, I agree, G, the ring must have been from the Walshe authority state. I think so. Because there were pictures before. Where did I see that? What if it was in documents, I think. I think there's documents. I've looked at so many documents on my word. And I think they'd shown lots of pictures of all the jewelry that he just took out of his dad's house. He cleaned out his dad's house And he's like, no, there was like flooding damage. Yeah, a pipe burst and I had to clean everything out. I'm a hero. No, you're a thief.
You are unmuted.
Well, thank you for spending the short break with me. The mid-morning break. The court started quite late today, so we weren't able to defluff too much. A little bit at least. For lunch, we'll do something a bit more productive, like read a document or watch something or whatever, right?
Please proceed. The court's now in session. Turn up the cell phone.
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
Just watch your step. Sure.
Thank you.
And have a seat. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her ring,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people, and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No,
They weren't drunk?
no,
The champagne was free-flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
yeah,
Okay. And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
that's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah, Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it, correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
was-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So-
yes, on Wednesday, I did, yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Like, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given...
Also, you make a good point, CC. You said, did anybody text Brian Walshe to wish him a happy new year? Oh, wait. He lost his phone. I mean, that could be why. His ego couldn't handle it. Anna was getting all these Happy New Year messages from so many people who truly loved her, true friends and connections, which he did not have. He had nobody. He had scammed and defrauded everybody that he was ever close to. Okay, so she's getting all these messages. Maybe Jem was getting a lot of messages, and Brian's like, ooh, better misplace my phone because no messages are coming in for me. Yeah, that could also be part of the jealousy motive, in my opinion.
that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think. I mean, they seemed happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
Exactly. To just be like, they were happy, in love. People are complex. The situation was complex. And thank you, Mr. Mutlu, right? Yeah, Stefan says, well, Brian got a message from his mummy. And then after that, he probably misplaced his phone. He's like, that's probably the only message I'm going to get. Better misplace my phone. Whoops, look at that. Can't find it. Let me say out loud to Jem, hey, guess what? I misplaced my phone. So refreshing not to have it. Right. And then on January 2nd, he'd text Jem, I found it. Found my phone. Freaking weirdo, Brian Walshe.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple of days in advance that
So let
she...
me just stop you for a minute,
Thank
okay?
you, sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes.
And I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities.
Yes,
To see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walshe as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together. You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically, I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you had spent time with Brian Walshe, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was,
she brought pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah,
And you
All day, every day. That's not what he said. Daily, frequently. All day, every day. That's very different.
told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
that's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve, on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
jovial, as full of hope. And on
I'm
your
not sure-
before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm gonna stop you.
Sure.
You all signed
You want to stop him right there. Don't you talk about that 45-minute call with the marital problems. Don't you bring that up again, sir. We talk about New Year's Eve, where the defense was said about 10,000 times. The champagne was flowing freely, am I right? Did you want to get an invite or what, defense? What do you mean? It's just like, so what were you were having dinner? And then the champagne was flowing freely, right? And everyone was happy and hopeful. Well, one would freaking hope so. Do you think they're going to be miserable on New Year's Eve? What the hell? Everybody tries to be hopeful on New Year's Eve, okay? It's the beginning of a new freaking year. And even if it was the worst year of your life, you know, it's a new year ahead. Let's start fresh. Clean slate, right? Hello, New Year's resolutions and all. I like how I paused him here. He's like, what? Oh, you don't want him to talk about December 29th, the call we had. Also, while I'm interrupting here, let me welcome any new people here. I see quite a few new faces here today. Welcome. We have a picture of Anna Walshe, the victim, here. Always in every case, every trial, we always have a picture of the victim here, okay? So that we remember who the case is about and we're waiting for justice for Anna Walshe, right? So no victim blaming or shaming. No victim has to be perfect. They don't have to be a saint. They don't have to be, I don't know what, an angel, okay? They can be naughty. They could be snarky. They could be, I don't know, whatever. They could be doing something that you might not like. It doesn't matter. No one deserves to be murdered, okay? So no victim blaming. And don't be ugly to the witnesses. If you'd like to snark, do that at Brian Walshe. I don't mind that at all. Okay, so let's continue to listen where this goes, because I still don't know what the defense's point is. To me, I almost want to be like, are you trying to help convict your client? Because again, I'm ready to vote now.
Champagne bottle, right? You took
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
I understand,
Of course,
sir. I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Tom
Dude, it's a New Year's Eve party. Quickly answering this one, BB Glazer said, when was Jem invited over for New Year's? Anna invited him over. And I think it was the day before. Correct me if I'm wrong. But she said, absolutely, you have to come over and all of that. And I find that interesting. I think she was nervous to spend time alone with Brian Walshe for some reason. You know, the marital problems and whatever he was doing. And spending her money on her credit card to buy sports memorabilia or whatever. So I think there was already a little bit of tension going on there. Even financially, of course, with his ankle monitor and his fraud charges. But I think it was Anna that was like, come over, please, you got to come over. And all of that. And Brian, you know, had to show off his non-chef skills he was cooking that night. Okay. And the reason I say that is because she'd also asked her mom around Christmas time, please, can you come tomorrow? She said, please, Mama, please come tomorrow. And her mom said, it was on the 29th. Okay, on the call. Thanks, Stefan. It was during the call on December 29th, the 45-minute call. Okay. So Anna was like, please, can you come over? But she'd also asked her mother around that time between Christmas and New Year's, please, can you come now? And her mom said, I can't, because her mom lives in Serbia, right? She's like, I can't come tomorrow. How about I come in January, because I want to stay a little bit longer. So I'll organize that, get my flight and everything. And she never got to see her daughter again. But that tells me Anna was like, no. Like, Jem, he's already been over at a previous New Year's. But also, can her mom come over, right? So I feel like Anna didn't want to be alone with Brian.
came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that, yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
Use his words then. Jovial, festive.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing. and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you.
And our community had not been, correct, we had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay,
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
so let me just ask you my question again.
Yes, thank you.
Let me know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house.
Yes.
Of your good friends.
Yes,
On January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning.
yes,
The mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Boom. Not. Defense is like, boom. Yeah. It was happy, huh? Yeah. Well, the fraudster in the house, the con man, had his mask on. Happy. So happy he misplaced his phone and he felt so liberated by it. So happy that he's like, my bedtime's actually 9 to 9:30. Hint, 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 Jem Woodley. Oh. And Jem stayed until 1 to 1:30. Do you know what I mean? So Brian, when they asked what's Brian's usual bedtime, he's like 9, 9:30. Oh crap, I better not overstay. Let me go home now. It's like already 1 in the morning. Oh my word. So yeah, no, I think that was damaging. Also to be like, did you just hear what Jem said? It was weird. We hadn't heard in 3 days that Anna that she'd left for this work emergency was missing. Brian knew it. No one else knew it. And the most damaging thing he said was, and he didn't sound panicked. We all heard it. The jury heard it. That's weird. Why did he not sound panicked? Oh, yeah, because he was out buying dismemberment tools. Buckets, mops, hacksaws, cloths, shoplifting, hydrogen peroxide, shopping and shoplifting, remember we saw that? Replacing carpets, buying some scented candles. Interesting, Brian Walsh, interesting. But we all heard it. Your voice did not sound panicked. And we heard it on his police audio interviews anyway, talking all sorts of crap for long. No panic. He should have been panicked. Your wife is missing? She's been missing for 3 days? At that point, January 4th. Work emergency? And you've been texting me? Brian Walsh texted Jim like, oh, I found my phone. Yeah, it was a great night. Discussing all sorts of things, but not that Anna's missing.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact words.
Sure. I recall.
Why don't we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
When you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
The defense just like, no, that's it. How dare he say that? Oh, you don't like marital problems? You prefer cracks in the relationship? Don't worry, Jim. Just say she was just very stressed from his criminal activities. He had no money. He was a fraud. He was a liar. Oh my word. The defense is very, very defensive. Of course, they gotta be with these statements. Because they've just said, but the champagne was flowing freely, and they were happy. They were really happy, right? Happy. Jovial? Happy? No. No, not so much. Ooh, long sidebar. Oh, wait. And we're back.
Let's try that question again.
So, sir, I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay?
on the 29th,
Yes.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
So he's allowed to fully and for the length of the cross-examination explain and characterize the New Year's Eve as joyful, festive, jovial, blah, 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 but not this. This phone call, definitely not. How dare you say that in all these different ways?
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? And if you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Your Honor, move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll
we can
strike the
that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
So sensitive, defense, damn. It's just, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, yes, they are complex indeed. Southern Calibi said, I have had it. With what? With what? Context, please. Thank you for your sticker.
Frame.
All right. So just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being...
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, that's... Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Perry, for the sticker. Bye. Yeah, don't look at Brian Walsh. We'll look at him, though. Brian, that's an actual fancy boy.
Commonwealth
You,
may call its
not
next
so much.
witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlenny Ramdehal.
And I apologize, that's a fancy man. This is a wannabe fancy boy over here. Yeah, look at him. Are you embarrassed, Brian, huh? Look at him. He's like, oh my. Tail between the legs, huh?
You can call me, please. Please, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step.
Thank you.
Please.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlenny Ramdehal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlenny, Marlenny. Last name Dehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts,
Where is your office located?
in Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh is in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities, so things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
Okay. And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
What a great witness. That's right. Bring that to the jury's attention. He wasn't allowed to do all the crap you saw him do without permission. No wonder he told the police, he was allowed to see his mom, but pre-scheduled. So maybe he had that, I don't know. Went to go see my mom, was allowed to be with his kids in certain times, went to the Press Juice Bar, and Home Depot, and Lowe's, and all these other stores, Oh, you were being naughty. You were violating your probation. Oh.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
Oh, really? I can't wait for it. What did you do when you found out he'd been here, and here? All over Massachusetts on January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, he submitted a little email there to a schedule to request a haircut the next week. Thank you, Tom, for the sticker.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30, pick up children, 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean, return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
for January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
If I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
All those that he was doing. This is hectic. I forgot about the probation officer. What a good witness. Sassy experience said Anna was a much better woman than me because ain't no way I would have been okay with a felonious Manny. I would be the one on trial. Don't be naughty now, because he'd be the one missing. Oh dear. Thank you for your sticker.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct?
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process. That'd take quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
But he didn't. He didn't. And yet you said he's taking Anna to a noodle bar, fine dining. Was he, or was it a? I was going to say a date with his mom. I don't mean it that way. I just mean, you know, was it a lunch date or dinner date with his mom? Also, where was his mom? Because his mom was supposed to be there. And one of his stories was that he was supposed to drive her home on the 1st. But she drove herself home on the 1st. That's what's one of his stories. And I'm like, but where was she? Because she had this recent cataract surgery. So the fact that he asked for that for January 1st, he submitted a request the week before to return his mother home on January 1st between 3 and 9 p.m. Interesting. When did she drive her own ass home then? Okay. And also, that is the time frame in which he went to the area at his mother's house. So he used that time period to go towards his mother's house. But in fact, he went to Vinnan's Liquors and threw something in the dumpster there. And then he went a little bit, you know, of shady shopping. A little bit of Lowe's, CVS, some shopping and shoplifting, right? Okay, we're going to continue now. Just wanted to address one comment, like, I don't know how to say your name. Ear711, you said, Anna's flaw was her materialism. She would have never fell for Brian if it wasn't for his wealthy family. Now, the problem with that framing is it's victim blaming, and it's in society. People do it, right? Brian's flaw is how it should be framed, because he's the alleged killer. Brian's flaw is that he was an alleged abuser, that he is an accused killer. Brian's flaw is that he's a con man, a fraudster. He's on trial for the murder of his wife, and he's admitted to the improper conveyance of a human body. So we know he dismembered his wife and threw her in the trash, and that he lied to police. So the flaw is with the perpetrator. It's not the victim's fault. No one deserves to die. So I just want to always just make sure. Laura Richards also does that strongly. She's an expert in domestic violence, coercive control, stalking, harassment, all of that. I've done some of her courses. Ooh, and she's very passionate about that, as am I. And I just love the way she says it too, because like, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Brian's the flawed one here, okay?
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
That was it? You're not going to ask about the noodle bar defense? You didn't ask if the probation officer tried out that noodle bar? I mean, that cross-examination, I think, was helpful for the state. It doesn't help Brian Walsh's case. It proves, so you really didn't have a brunch date and you really weren't actually supposed to even go. So this reservation you made, supposedly, you weren't allowed to do that. So you can't even follow rules. Yeah, no wonder he's on trial here, you know what I mean? My goodness. Okay, so let's see who's next. Are we going to hear from the babysitter at all? I do wonder.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony Macrina.
Still want to see some surveillance, hey? We've still got Home Depot surveillance to see, okay? Don't let us not see
Do you
it.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Just take your time, just watch your step. Slide this chair right there a little more, and have a seat. Pull that chair a little closer. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, all right?
Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
Thank you, sir. I'm very excited. I was just talking about this. Home Depot surveillance. Why? Because after on January 1st, Brian Walshe went to the Lowe's and he bought all those blue buckets and a handsaw and a hatchet and all sorts of sinister things. And then it just wasn't enough buckets for him, okay? He had to go back on January 2nd to the Home Depot to buy more buckets, okay? Now, what he did on January 2nd was those Google searches, hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body? Can you be charged with murder without a body? Interesting, you're looking up the word murder, Brian, hey? Okay. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? What he did was he went to Home Goods in Norwell. We've seen that footage. He bought 3 rugs and other items, scented candles, saw that yesterday. This is now January 2nd, so we're going to see Home Depot footage, right? He was then on surveillance at Home Depot in Rockland between 4:12 and 4:56 p.m. buying 3 mops and brushes, 2 large clear tarps, drop cloth, 2 rolls of Scotch heavy duct tape, a Tyvek suit, another one, with a hood boot coverall, a mop, bucket, wringer, 3 buckets with lids, 2 splash-resistant goggles, soft grip utility knife, 2 12-pound bags of baking soda, and a hatchet. Okay, on January 2nd, his probation officer said he was allowed to pick up and drop off the children, and at 3:53 p.m. they realized he had unauthorized leave, and he said he was just picking up his children per usual. Yeah, but you're at the Home Depot in Rockland, bro. Please. Oh, please. Anyway.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how, in that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass, so it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
Right. And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
Permission to publish. Yes, yes, yes. We want to see this. It's probably going to be even worse than what we saw before.
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the Store Depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
Commonwealth will seek to have the thumb drive marked next to the Iran.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence as 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. Macrina, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the in Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
There's the shady boy. 4:15 p.m. 2nd of January, 2023.
Close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro-exit purchasing?
Oh, we're gonna see some things now. I just want to answer this one. Ear said, thank you for the clarification concerning victim blaming. That wasn't my intention. I understand. I just want to make it clear over here, right? Because it is a framing in society. People will say the victim was to this, to that, to... No. Brian's too much of a killer, too much of a criminal, too much of an asshole, douchebag, baby boy, and all the other words, right? It's just a mindset shift.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Here he comes with his trolley or shopping cart full of things. Look at more buckets, as if he didn't buy 6 buckets the day before. Yesterday they told us about the DNA evidence on a Tyvek suit. It had his DNA on it, and on us. Here he's buying it. Nice gloves, Brian Walsh. Again, in context. If you're someone who wears gloves out to the shops, that's not a problem. The problem is Brian Walsh. And this was his unauthorized leave, according to his probation officer. And he said, at this time, no, I'm just dropping off the kids like usual. He said picking up his children per usual. Does this look like he's picking up his children per usual? I don't think so. That poor lady must be disturbed in hindsight as to who she was helping that day. Shame. Yes, because he needs another 1, 2, 3, at least 4 more buckets. That'll make 10. That Greenleaf Spice said the problem is the totality of everything he's doing. And we know he's trying to be all sneaky. It's probably like, should I wear a mask and how do I disguise myself while buying dismemberment tools? Uncle Google's like, maybe try a mask and some gloves so you don't leave your fingerprints. He's like, I'm going to do that. Going to do that. No trace of me. Going to pay with cash or coupons. No one will know. No, the whole world knows. And how interesting that on January 3rd, he was allowed to take out the trash, huh? Oh, really? That evening? He didn't do it in the evening, but he went all day to 3 different apartment complexes, throwing out trash, aka his wife's body parts. Sure. To think of what he's actually doing here, this would be then going home and finishing up the dismemberment of his wife, because the next day he went to those 3 apartment complexes to throw away trash that they never recovered, and they never recovered Anna's body. So that's why I think that's the day. And he'd also looked up the trash, when the trash would be collected, which would be the following day at those apartment complexes.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Macrina, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt that corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The 2 are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
And you turn this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Yeah, Brian Walsh, we're going to see some major receipts now of all that you bought, which also matches what they were able to recover from the trash that you threw away at your mama's house on January 5th. Now somebody asked a question there. Courtney said, how did he hide her body from the kids? Based on the evidence that we've seen in the basement, and the basement door had a child lock on it.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then, what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds PM.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
See, he's like, I will wear a mask, gloves, and pay with cash. And no one's going to know. No one's going to know.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kaliroi, Paliagor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay? Sure, you can have a seat. Go to the chair a little closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay.
Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroi Paliagor, Kaliroi, last name Paliologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex,
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
And in January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507? Mm-hmm. So it's a really large
Yes,
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
More surveillance. They showed us some surveillance from one apartment complex where he had been, which was the Claremont Apartments. It's all in the same sort of area previously. Now they're showing, especially because, you know, he had unauthorized leave and he told his probation officer. So I like how they've kind of made this, that we're going to see, we could have seen this the other day, but we're seeing it now. Because now we all know he was very naughty. What was he doing? On January 3rd, he was going to these apartments, 3 different ones. One of them didn't have any surveillance at the dumpster. So we've seen one, now we want to see the other one.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023,
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
That wasn't that exciting.
Step, okay?
Was it?
2023,
And the
Won't be
time?
lunch.
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
That's it. It's just like there's a glimpse of him there. And off he goes. Okay.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Step, okay?
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right? Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave notebooks in the chair. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
Look at him. He's smiling again. I've made a poll for you guys, and let me quickly explain what the options are. Obviously, you understand, read more documents. So what do you want to do in the lunch break, right? Read more documents, Maptime timeline, so we can recap that again, especially with some added timeline bits. And maybe some of you missed it. Some of you might be sick of it by now. I'm never sick of Maptime and timeline or documents or any of the options, okay? When I say watch prior testimony, I just have to find the right link. I've got there's two potential links, but prior testimony, meaning the pre-trial hearings and all of that, there were police officers that testified, and they talked a little bit. I just remember hearing, wait, what? About, for example, did the kids hear anything on New Year's Eve? And did Brian coach them? Because the police officer said that one of the children had said that he saw Anna leave and that she got into a taxi. So that was like, what? So cast your votes, okay? So far, Maptime timeline is winning. Let's just see them off for lunch. Oh my word, look at Brian Walsh. Are you a happy boy? Why? Why are you happy? Someone's voting for nap time. Can do that as well. The state is like, it's always a good time for lunch. I'm like, it's always a good time for a nap, hey? Shall we all have a nap?
be
May I be
seated.
seated.
Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. Court is in recess.
And we're on lunch break. Okay, now we were 15 minutes behind, which is great because they'd be back at 2, hey? 2. The judge is like very, very punctual. So we've got 45 minutes. Okay, so let me quickly take this off here. And also when I say documents, I also do mean potentially there's many documents with the freaking mother and the lawsuit between the mother and the landlord. You've all been emailing me about that. I got it. We could go through that if you want. Samantha said snacks and nap. I should have put that as an option. Okay. Tom Hartley said there should be a D, Gizler's choice. Oh, no, I'm here for you. I mean, I'll do all of those things. Or if we had time, I'd do all of the above. I have no problem with any of it, which is why I put them as choices. Southern Calibre said, my option is losing. What is your option? Other. Watch prior testimony, read more documents. The thing is, if you voted for, let's say, watch prior testimony, do not fear. I'll put those links in the description box for you in case you are curious like I was. I have been watching previous testimony, even from when he got arraigned, just to hear. It was interesting to hear how the state basically gave a bullet point. It sounded like closing arguments. I'm like, oh, so right at the beginning, yeah, okay, so this, and everything that happened chronologically, very nice. Okay, so let's just have a moment here. It's a tight one here between Maptime timeline and read more documents. So we can combine those two, meaning let's do Maptime timeline, and then if we have time, we'll read more documents. Okay? Right. Court looker said, gee, you should read the document for Diana that has the timeline and about the PI. There's just, in that case, there's like many documents. So I'd have to nail down which one exactly. I have one that's got a few interesting little bits in it, but I don't know if the one, you know what I mean? that everybody's wanting. Not sure. Okay. So firstly, I'm going to refresh the feed so that we can, I just want to put it on that it's live that we can just monitor that. They'll be back in 45. All right, so now what I'm going to do is bring up the map, of course. Go like this. Start the slideshow. How about that? And okay, and we are back. So let's put the map back on the screen and do some map time and timeline. If you've seen this a million times, don't worry, we always add a few new things, right? Just never know. You just never know what else you might see. Okay, so map time 1, we'll just leave the poll there for now. We're starting with, obviously, Brian and Anna's home. We finally today heard from Jem Mutlu, who was there on December 31st of 2022. And what we also figured out in the last few days is where Anna's car was, which was actually at one of her work buildings in D.C. Because she had driven up, she was supposed to fly on Christmas Day in the morning home from D.C. to Cohasset, Massachusetts. She was supposed to go home for Christmas. The flight was cancelled due to a snowstorm. So she drove all the way. Now, we never heard, there's certain things we don't hear, right, that maybe we wonder about later. She obviously then would have driven back to D.C. because she had a car there. And then she was back in D.C. on the 27th, 28th, and 29th. And then on the 30th, she came back home. And she was meant to be here until the 3rd of January of 2023. So she did not have a car with her. She left her car in D.C. and flew, so must have taken an Uber or a Lyft from that crossing building to the airport in D.C., flown to Massachusetts, probably Boston, or they said Logan Airport, right? And then gotten a ride home. Unless, do you think Brian Walshe picked her up? And if not, why not? Can the state ask? If he's such a great guy. Maybe from his ankle monitor, right? He couldn't pick her up. He wouldn't be allowed in outside of that. No, he's not allowed to do that. Okay, that's why. Okay, so she probably took an Uber or a Lyft home. She got there on the 30th. She'd gone to exercise classes and all of that. I believe that was on the 31st. And then they had Jem Mutlu over at the house. Brian Walshe had his narcissistic mask on. I'm just adding that in. I'm adding that in my opinion. And they had the New Year's Eve party from 8:30 p.m. or so, and Jem left around 1 to 1:30. Okay, so we have that. So then something happened to Anna between 1:30 a.m. and 4:55, let's say a.m. Why? Because Brian Walshe Googled at 4:55 a.m. how long does it take for a dead body to smell? I really feel like, I think he could get convicted on his Google searches alone, as much as that shouldn't be the standard to convict people. I understand that argument too. You can't just convict people based on Google searches. No, it's in the context of everything. But just like his searches even before this day, January 1st of 2023. Oh, you Googled William Fastow, did you, on Christmas Day? Oh, when you couldn't get hold of Anna, you immediately looking up Jeff Chard, who worked also at Tishman Speyer. You're looking up Tishman Speyer. You're looking up William Fastow. And you're looking up Christmas plane crash and Anna Walshe found dead. Just because she had a missed call. And then he's like, I haven't heard from you at all. Okay. So he then calls her again and he gets hold of her and she said, I missed my flight, so I'm driving. Okay. And he was upset that she had missed Christmas, that she'd missed Thanksgiving and all of that, which I understand that could be valid, but we don't want to validate anything Brian Walshe does, right? But he could have been upset, okay, because he was alone with the kids on those occasions, and that might have been, I don't know, difficult for him as a stay-at-home dad, because he's a criminal, not because he's a committed stay-at-home dad. Okay, Drusi Lou, thank you for being a member for 9 months. You said 9 months, that's a Grizzly virtual baby length of time. This is still the best place for true crime. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so we go from January 1st, right? We're doing the timeline. And so he says he misplaces his phone. Now I'm going to have to do some flapping of pages. I'm so sorry about that. Hold on one second, because we want to go back to this as well. There's just notes everywhere. Stefan said, that's consciousness of guilt. Also looking up his corn buffet. Also spending Anna's money on it, well, using a credit card to buy sports memorabilia. Like, what the hell, bro? Anyway, so there's all of that. Okay, so January 1st of 2023. Something happens to Anna Walshe after Jem Mutlu leaves. And he's Googling all those sinister things already first thing in the morning, right? Then, they start at PM with a phone. He tells Jem he misplaced his phone. On January 1st, he's using an iPhone SE. Which I must say, I thought the iPhone mini was his son's phone. I believe he used his son's phone on January 1st when he traveled around. And then he used his phone from then on. Because remember, he found it on the 2nd, even though his house is full of Apple products. And he could just say, find my phone. And I don't think that he misplaced it. I think he purposefully, in a premeditated way maybe, or because he was jealous of all of Anna's messages, misplaced his phone. Yeah, and he said it was so liberating to be free of that phone. Oh, really? What else were you liberated from or of? What else were you freeing yourself of? You know what I mean? Damn. Anyway, so on January 1st, he goes to the dumpster area at Paradise Road. Okay, so we've got this Cohasset Imports, yes. What is this now? Lowe's as well. He also went, this was a Lowe's, wait. This is out of order now. I did say I'd fix it. Stand by. Let's go back. We want to put this one over here. And it was just because the landlord owns this building and Brian Walshe had asked him, while the landlord was on holiday, if he had any cameras here. Interesting, hey? Orange Cat Wrangler said, how on earth do you square this away? All circumstantial, the Google searches, indefensible. I mean, just all the things he bought as well. You could see, you could put it all together. It's all in context. All of it is like, yeah, he definitely murdered his wife, in my opinion. And he was very jealous, whether it was over Jem Mutlu or William Fastow and all the messages Anna was receiving, and that he thought he's losing her, and that he has childhood trauma because he lost his dad when he was 8 years old, meaning his dad left his mother, and Brian describes it as living an alternative lifestyle. All of that. And he said he resented his dad for his like new happy life that he was living, and I think he projected that on Anna at this point, in my opinion. Just awesome. Said, thank you for everything you do, beautiful G, and mods. Map time for lunch would be great. That's what we're doing, right? Let's just quickly see. Stats are closed. We're going to close the poll now because we finished voting. Okay, we're busy with it. So here we go again. We go from there. Yes. Lowe's in Weymouth. They brought that up as well, hey? That was on January 4th, though. Just thinking about this Lowe's in Weymouth again. Anyway, he goes. And now we've got to combine this, see what the probation officer said. January 1st. Now, he had permission on January 1st from his probation officer. He had actually previously submitted a request to return his mother home between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. And he submitted this schedule the week prior on December 22nd of 2022 to take his mother home between 3 and 9 p.m. He's not allowed to do any unapproved stops. I find that really interesting, and I still want to know where was Mummy, because his mother was supposed to be staying with him because she had recent cataract surgery, is what he said. And he was supposed to drive her home. Did she stay there? We don't know. So that if she was there for New Year's, how would we know? Just because they haven't mentioned it doesn't mean she wasn't. She hasn't spoken. What if she was there? That would be quite hectic. And then she drove herself home. But then he went there anyway. I don't know. Or maybe she just wasn't there. I just don't know at what point, because she was staying there at some point. So would she have then left, let's say, on the 29th, because Anna was coming back home on the 30th? I don't know. It's interesting, because he'd applied for that on the December 22nd, knowing Anna would be home for New Year's. So that is still a question. Does anyone have the answer? I haven't heard it. Thank you, Elise, for joining. So he goes anyway. His probation officer had given him permission to go to drop his mother off, right? To drive all the way to this area. So he goes to this area. But let's check again what time he goes. 5:07 p.m. And he had permission to do so between 3 and 9 p.m. He went in his allotted time. That's interesting. I think even his probation schedule could hold some weight in the premeditation factor, because he only had specific windows of time to do things. Welcome, Fran Riggins. So he goes here to this dumpster area, and you could see, look, here's where his mother's house is, and here's Vinen's Liquors. We saw surveillance of him going to this Vinen's Liquors, which was closed, where he was a regular customer. The guy that worked there and owned the place testified that Brian was a regular there. And he would just like hang out as if he had nothing else to do. And I'm like, shame, okay. So he went there and he threw something in the dumpster. I would love to know what that was, because that was January 1st. What'd you throw in there? They never recovered it, remember? They only recovered what he threw away at his mother's dumpster area, but he went back here on January 5th. So they only recovered that trash in Peabody, which came from the Swampscott area. And that was the Tyvek suit, the hacksaw, Anna's clothing, lipstick, car keys, shoes, Prada bag, right? And all those, the tools, of course, right? And the hammer, tarps, rug, all of that. But what did he throw away on this day? What do you think he threw away on this day, on January 1st? Okay, the first thing he does, what do you think he threw away? Because if we look again at this timeline, yeah, he went to throw something away here, and after this he went to this area, the Lowe's. And here we saw surveillance of him. He was there around 5:13 p.m. and he was buying, 6:05 p.m., $450 worth of tools here and at the Home Depot. Did you see the amount that they showed us today from the Home Depot, which was on January 2nd? So he bought $450-ish, $463, I think they said, and something cents here on one day. And the very next day, he went to a Home Depot to buy $455 of other items at the Home Depot. More buckets. Oh my. Okay. So he went to this Lowe's Pro Services. We've seen this we've seen this surveillance. Thank you so much, someone, for a delicious coffee. So I'm glad we're going through this actually so we know, have we seen all the surveillance or what? Because the state anticipates that they might rest today. Interesting. Then he went to CVS. He did a bit of shopping and shoplifting. And we're all wondering, what the hell does that mean? Oh, he bought hydrogen peroxide. He bought 13 bottles worth, but he only paid for 6 items, of which 1 item was a roundup for Feed America, which just rounded up the bill. And so he bought 5. He paid for 5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide and not for the other bottles that he bought, because he bought 13, right? So he shoplifted on this day. They were correct in the documents with that. AG for All Good said almost $1,000 spent on Anna's removal. Feedmeister said, I'm not sure what he threw away that first day. I just wonder what it is. What is it, like her New Year's clothes? Was it, because he injured his thumb. They showed us a picture of that. Was it from that? Was it like a bunch of, I don't know what, Band-Aids, gauze, something from his hand? What did he throw away on the first day? Sandy said maybe if he stabbed her, he threw away the knife. No. They found a knife with the presence of blood on it in the kitchen above the refrigerator. And I think that knife, him being a chef boy, wanting to be known amongst all the top chefs in the land, I think that knife may have been sentimental to him and he kept it. It's interesting that knife was found with the presence of blood, but the hydrogen peroxide bottles found with it had no presence of blood on it. Isn't that interesting? Dawn said, I will give everyone such a look if you don't, you're going to give dirty looks if they don't hit the like. He said, warning, my son still fell it halfway across the country. Okay, you said proud Grizzly mom. Thank you so much. And thank you, License to Deal, for upgrading your membership. Okay, so we saw that surveillance, right? Tick. And then he was seen shopping. We saw that. Okay. I'm just following my other presentation here as well. I've like got all the notes here. We got the map here, and we've also got the presentation I made before the trial started. So he went to Lowe's, Danvers. He went to the CVS parking lot, Danvers. Then he went to a Stop and Shop plaza. Okay, so then he goes around this area in his allotted time that he's allowed to be in this area that he got permission for, but he's not actually just dropping his mom off. He's doing a lot of unauthorized shopping. He went to a Stop and Shop plaza. And is this not where he bought Band-Aids? Correct me if I'm wrong. What did he buy at the Stop and Shop? I can't remember that, right? Now, remember that on this first day, January 1st, okay, he went to this area by his mom's house because now we know why. Because, I mean, I was really thinking, why on earth would he go to that area? Why? Why would you do that? Do you think you're so smart you're going to be like, I'm going to go in an area way from my house? Oh, because you had pre-approved permission to drive to that area based on your ankle monitor situation. Your probation officer said you can go to that area, so the dumbass went to that area. So as not to alert too many people, which also shows consciousness of guilt, right? Chris, thank you so much you said maybe his mom helped Brian. I don't know, man. I don't know if she helped him, but I don't know what she knew. I don't know if she was in the house and left the house on January 1st, when she left, when she was there. But she was there for a time because Brian had also, actually Diana Walsh had paid up front for the property they lived in, right, for 6 months. And then after that, Brian would take the check to the landlord every month. But I think Diana was still paying. And they said the plan was for Diana to be looked after by Brian. Like she was going to like move in with him, and I really worry about that. You know why? Because Brian wanted to do the same thing with his dad, but then his dad died when he traveled to India, okay? But he was also estranged from his dad from 2009, and his dad died in 2018, and then Brian just swooped in, stole everything out of his dad's house, tried to sell his dad's house, and said that he was the heir to the property, and family intervened and said, no, you're not, you've been disinherited. Brian is accused of not just stealing, destroying the will of his father. Now, he was constantly saying he wants his dad to come and live with them and they'll look after him, and I just worry about that. He sounds to me almost like a Jessica Shevsky, who, I'm going to just speculate wildly now, okay, who wants people to die so that he can have all their money. That's my speculation. And the fact that he's like, rich mommy, come here, because apparently his mom's quite well off. Why don't you come and live with me and we'll take care of you? Okay, maybe that was in the pipeline. Then she's lucky to still be alive. Because the next thing was Anna. When she was murdered. The state's trying to prove that, right? In my opinion, she was murdered and dismembered. So when she was murdered, January 1st, 2023, what did Brian Walshe Google? Within hours, he said, how long after someone's missing can he inherit? So he wants to know, oh, they died? Yeah, when can I inherit? Oh, my dad died. Oh, when can I inherit? I'm just going to go take everything. Hey, Mom, why don't you come live with us? We'll take good care of you. Because you want to inherit? I worry about that. I really worry about how sinister he really is. You know what I mean? I mean, he's the worst of the worst in my opinion, but you know what I mean. Dismemberers are pretty up there with bad. Okay, so he went to the Stop and Shop. Did anyone answer my question? I'm so sorry, I didn't see it. I think he bought Band-Aids, or what did he buy at the Stop and Shop? There we go. Oh yeah, Court Loca. 3 times ammonia and something coconut. Someone said it was coconut shampoo. Coconut water, coconut something, coconut shampoo, whatever it was. Ammonia. True. Ammonia. Okay, so he went to that Stop and Shop. Now, one bit of surveillance we haven't seen is the following. Are you ready? January 1st, he went to another Stop and Shop. Yes, close to his house. What did he get there? Is this where he got milk and orange juice? And when did he get pizza? We haven't seen that either. They haven't even mentioned it. The babysitter said in documents he brought home pizza. When did he get that? Huh? Okay, so that was January 1st. Then he went home. On January 2nd, so look. I'll zoom out so that you could see it. So they live around here, and he drove here according to his little probation schedule and went around to this area. I think this was pushing the limit. Hopefully he was allowed to go, but he went here. And then with all that in his vehicle, drove back home. At this point, I think Anna's body was in the basement. And the basement had a door on it with a child lock. And I don't think the babysitter would generally go down there. I haven't heard anything. We haven't seen her testify. However, maybe he just said, don't go in there. For all we know. We don't know. Because we haven't seen her testify. Maybe she will testify, huh? Francine said, did he really want a jury trial? Dumbest. He really did. He's going to take his chances, okay? So we resume. Yes? Okay. Next day. Is it next day? No. CVS. He also went to the CVS. Is it the same color coding? CVS. He did go there as well. See, they added points. Okay. January 1st, Stop and Shop, CVS, and then he went home. Next day, January 2nd of 2022, he went to this area, Home Goods, and we just saw footage of that. We just saw him with that shopping cart with more buckets, but these buckets you see had lids. The others did not. And some of the other buckets, he bought about 6 blue buckets from the Lowe's on January 1st, and half of those were recovered. They were there in the basement. So I don't know if he decided this is not going to work because they don't have lids on. So he went to buy buckets with lids on. They never recovered Anna's body because the trash he'd thrown away was incinerated or shredded by January 8th of 2023. And the police were only on the case with Anna reported missing on January 4th. So unfortunately, a lot was incinerated or destroyed. But fortunately, he threw away trash around his mom's house again. The last bit, you know? On January 5th. And they recovered that. Ursula, thank you. Thank you so much for upgrading. Oh my word. Not many people do that, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So now, today, we just saw Home Goods footage, right? We saw Home Depot footage. Sorry. Home Depot. First, he went to Home Goods in the morning. We did see footage of that before, and he purchased 3 rugs and other items. We saw it yesterday. Everything's timestamped for you, right? So he went to, and at some point, I would like to make like a separate video, like going over this timeline. But anyway, we'll work on that. He went to the Home Goods, and this is now when he's still using a phone registered to his mother, same as on January 1st. So in the morning, he's still using his elder son's phone, because he's misplaced his phone on January 2nd, right? January 1st, morning, January 2nd. He goes to the Home Goods and he purchases 3 rugs and scented candles. Okay. Then he goes to this pressed juice bar. The state still has to show us that, if they're going to. It's out there. We've seen it, meaning it's in the media. There's some footage of him at this place where he was with his son. and bought him ice cream, he said, or a smoothie. Now let's quickly see what the probation officer said. She said he was allowed to do the pickup and drop off of children, so that was from 8 to 10:30 and from 3:15 to 6:45. So January 2nd, that's what he was allowed to do. At the time that he was at this pressed juice bar, it was 9:58 a.m. So go 8 to 10:30. Okay, so in his allotted time, you can see it's painting a picture now, hey? In his allotted probation ankle monitor time, he quickly popped out to the Home Goods and bought replacement rugs, which the babysitter did notice. We haven't heard from her yet. It's just in the documents, right? He went and bought 3 replacement rugs and scented candles. Oh boy. Okay. While telling no one that Anna's missing. And then he went to that pressed juice bar and then he went back home. Why? Oh, it was in his allotted time. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. And after that, he went then in the afternoon, because now he's allowed to do the drop-off of children. The drop-off was from 3:15 to 6:45. It's January 2nd. He had his eldest son with him in the morning. The other 2 were probably with the babysitter, I would assume, or his mother. And, because she helped out sometimes too. No school that day. So even though he's allowed to drop off children, it's prearranged. He's not dropping them off anywhere on that day. He instead uses the time, okay, drop off of children, he uses the time to go to the Home Depot. And he buys the orange buckets, the mop and everything we just saw. We just saw testimony of that and the surveillance. Thank you, Kitty Cats, for upgrading as well. Okay. So, goes to the pressed juice bar, goes home. Later he pops out here. See, not too far from home. But he's there with a mask, gloves, oh my word, and paying with cash. Because Uncle Google told him so. Okay? Now, on January 3rd, what was he allowed to do? He was allowed to pick up and drop off the children, 8 to 10:30 and 3:15 to 6:45. He did drop off the children. The eldest went to school, the other 2 went to daycare. And that evening, he was allowed to do a trash run. That would be from 7:50 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. Texas woman. Is this like upgrade day? Thank you so much. Green Eyes Sparkle, thank you for the coffee. Kathleen says, like scented candle smells coming from the basement won't be weird at all. Right? Oh boy. Okay. January 3rd, that's where we're going now. We're going January 2nd. We did the sinister shopping there. January 3rd. The first thing he does at 1:02 p.m., which he drops off the children. We're putting this all together, right? He drops off the children at daycare and school. He goes back home. He Googles what happens to hair on a dead body. What is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to a body found on surface in woods? And can baking soda make a body smell good? Okay. So he Googles that. And then where he goes is, he's allowed to do the pick up and drop off, as we said. So he actually drops off his kids. He goes home. All the sinister Googling. And then he goes to take out the trash, but not at the time he was allotted to. Okay? He goes here. Here we go. This was supposed to, he went after that, he went to, we saw that. Okay. And he went to a Walgreens on January 3rd. He went all over the place. Okay. January 3rd. This is what I speculate is the day he disposed of Anna's body. Probably in the orange buckets with lids, probably lots of trash bags and things, because he went to 3 apartment complexes. He had apparently looked up when the trash would be collected. He knew it would be the next day. And he went to the Claremont apartments. We saw surveillance of this. And he threw away something that the detectives described as quite heavy. Okay. He then went to the point at Abington. And after that, this, by the way, was at 4:30 in the afternoon. So it's not when he's supposed to do the trash run. It's in fact when he's supposed to be doing the pickup. Amanda, thank you for the coffee. Wait. pick up and drop off. We've got a flap again a little bit. On the 3rd, he's allowed to be, he's supposed to pick up the children between 3:15 and 6:45, and he's supposed to go to take out trash between 7:50 and 8:20. But in fact, instead of, you see, I wonder if his mom helped him that day or who. Who picked up the children then? Or did he pick them up and quickly take them home and have the babysitter at home? Probably, because he was here at the Point apartments and the Claremont ones at 4:30 p.m., 4:48 p.m. This is the one where they don't have surveillance. So what we saw previously was the Claremont one. We will not see ones from the Point, and today we saw this from Chatham West. It wasn't the most exciting. We just saw a glimpse of Brian with trash bags though, so that's important. Deborah McGee, thank you so much for upgrading as well. Okay. So that's January 3rd, right? And then we go to January 4th. On January 4th, he goes from his home and he's now looking very relaxed in the surveillance. He goes to the Home Goods. Okay, wait. To the Home Goods and the TJ Maxx in Norwell. And he's buying 3 white towels and 2 bath mats. And he's also buying various articles of men's clothing at TJ Maxx. And it was on this day that he had his son with him. And isn't this the day? Isn't this when he was adjusting his hair and smiling at himself in the camera? Yeah. This is when he went to Lowe's, where he purchased squeegees and a large kitchen-style trash barrel. That's what he bought when his son was with him. So it's horrific that he had his son with him, scanning items and things. Yes, because he bought squeegees and a kitchen trash can. So I don't know if he was replacing that as well, if that also got thrown out at some point. But he wasn't, just to factually clarify, he wasn't buying dismemberment tools with his son, because the dismemberment was already done. He had already thrown away what he needed to throw away on January 3rd. Majority of it. Majority of everything was done. Dismemberment done. Body parts thrown away, things thrown away. January 3rd. So January 4th, when he's out here shopping with his son, buying squeegees and a trash can for the kitchen, which is that a replacement? What did you do with that, Brian Ward? And clothing at TJ Maxx. Yeah, he looked very relaxed on this day compared to other days. And I think he felt like, okay, I think I've gotten away with it. I think I've done it. Except there was just the last bit of cleanup, hey? Which is all the stuff they found, which we've seen multiple times throughout this trial. I just quickly do want to check the time. Hold on 1 second, just so that I know where we're at. See, the time flies when we're doing map time. Oh my goodness. Okay. If you have any questions, I'm trying to look every now and then, right? I'm trying to look. Yeah, so Emily says, so he tossed his own trash can and replaced it at some point. I would think so. I would think they didn't find all the rugs either, from what I understand, because he bought 3 replacement rugs. But they found those white towels and bath mats. There was a robe, slippers, the handsaw, the hatchet, the hammer, the Tyvek suit, tarps, Anna's clothing. Very, very incriminating evidence with his DNA as a contributor, Anna's DNA on those items. They went over that yesterday, right? Everything timestamped for you. DJ, welcome. So he goes here. He's looking relaxed. He's adjusting his hair, looking at himself in the camera on this day instead of the mask on. See, this day he takes his son with him, doesn't have a mask on. Why? Because he's gotten rid of majority of the evidence he needed to get rid of. Especially because now he's like, oh, there's no body. So I'm in the clear. You're not. And on this day is also January 4th. He goes in the morning to Home Goods and TJ Maxx, Shaw's and Walgreens in the afternoon, and then to Lowe's in Weymouth, which is also, Lowe's in Weymouth. That's where that other one's supposed to be. He went to the Walgreens, yes, and to this Lowe's in Weymouth. Okay, that's where he went in the afternoon. And in between, he's contacting Anna Walshe's colleagues. He's saying, hey, have you seen Anna? He's contacting Jem Mutlu, who we just saw testify. He's starting to inquire. But what he underestimated was people are going to take it very seriously. They're not just going to be like, oh, wow, that's so sad, bye. I wonder where she is. She's not here. And he's like, oh my word, I have no idea. The end. Did he think everyone will just be like, okay. Like the defense, okay. I don't know. But they were all very concerned and like, that's not normal. What do you mean? What do you mean she's missing? And the head of security, Hugh Dunleavy, who has testified, I believe it was yesterday, said that he immediately called the Cohasset Police Department. In fact, they first went to her townhouse, they had a look around, then he called the Cohasset Police Department to report her missing. Brian had not done that. Cohasset Police Department goes to Brian Walsh's house. They start, they collect all the information to report Anna missing. And then after that, the audio recordings start, which we went over on we went over on day 2 for January 4th. It was 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th, and he was arrested on the 8th. But here he was feeling very relaxed, thinking, I got away with it. And this is when at this Lowe's he bought squeegees and a large kitchen-style trash barrel. It was in the evening at 6:35 p.m. when detectives arrived at the Walsh residence for follow-up investigations. They were like, yeah, something's going on here. And finally, on January 5th, he went where? Back to Mama's house, to the dumpster at his mother's house, which January 5th, what did the probation officer say? Probation officer said, wait, did he have permission to go there? Sorry for the flapping, my bad. Probation officer said on the 5th. Oh, on the 6th, then he submitted a schedule for the next week. He wanted to go for a haircut. Oh, my word. He just carried on as per normal. On January 5th, there we go, reoccurring schedule. 8 to 10:30 a.m. with the kids. He was able to go to help his mother with some errands scheduled with his probation officer between 10:15 and 1:30 p.m. And then 3:45 to 6:15, he would have to pick up the children, right? So on January 5th, he's at his mother's house. Let's see the time. Okay. Brian's cell phone location data shows he traveled to the area of the dumpster at his mother's apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott on January 5th at approximately 9:30 a.m. He wasn't allowed to be there at that time. Thank you, Mrs. Bear, for the coffee. I hope the mod coffee one is working. Is it working? I'm just going to quickly look because I haven't heard that one go gring for a while. I'll have to just check that link is working. Thank you so much, everyone. He wasn't allowed to be in that area at that time. No. You're supposed to be at your mama's house, bro, in the afternoon, according to your probation officer. But he was there at 9:30 a.m. And they said the items from that, he probably wanted to make it in time for the trash to be picked up or whatever. Was it picked up? Yes. But where did it go? Ooh, to a sorting center in Peabody, but in Massachusetts they say Peabody, okay? And so they were able to retrieve that because this is January 5th. They're already now talking to him. They started to go to his house a lot and they're like, tell us, bro, tell us everything. And he's talking, not panicking, telling stories that they can debunk. They can look at surveillance and say, he wasn't there. He's not where he said he was. And by January 8th, he's arrested for lying to the police. That's what he was first charged with. By January 18th of 2023, charged with first-degree murder and the improper conveyance of a human body. Okay, but that's interesting how on that day, when he was meant to be dropping off the kids, he wasn't. He was at his mama's house at the dumpster. Welcome, Angela Host. Okay, so one more time. I'm quickly going to look here. January 5th. He could have gone 8 to 10:30 a.m. Supposed to drop off the kids, and he was there. And I wonder how long he spent there, hey? What else did he do there? January 6th, he's like, hello, probation officer. Can I schedule a haircut for next week? You can, but you're not going to make it. In fact, you will have a haircut, but it's going to be a buzz cut. Well, they're not doing buzz cuts in jail, but you want to get a little buzz cutty in the jail, sir. Okay. So I think we've gone over that, right? So Linda Adams said, does the jury know he's pleaded guilty to the dismemberment? As far as I know, they don't know yet. They don't know. The judge said that she would decide, so I don't know. I haven't heard an update on that based on all what we've seen. Oh, it's working. Thank you, Mrs. Bear, for spoiling the mods. Thank you so much. No, so, but the defense's opening statement was like, he lied to the police. I'm like, okay. So he pleaded guilty to misleading a police investigation, and he pleaded guilty to the improper conveyance of a human body, which was also phrased as disinterment of a human body, which normally means like digging up. But anyway, under the Massachusetts code and laws and everything, it's got to do with the improper conveyance of a human body. I'm sure by now they put two and two together to know, okay, so he lied to the police because they've heard his interviews and they can see the surveillance and he's lied, right? So he lied to the police about where he was. Check, okay, even though he's pleaded guilty to it, in the jury's minds, they're like, then he also, they saw the tools. They saw bloody tools. They saw him buy the tools. They saw the buckets. They saw some buckets missing, some never recovered. They've never found Anna's body. They found the clothing though. Oh, wow, and all these bloody tools. And blood in the basement, stains that they tested positive for blood, and it's Anna's DNA. So yeah, I think the jury's getting the picture. You know what I mean? K-Con, yeah, not dismemberment, disinterment. That's different. Which is the same as the improper conveyance of a human body. Does disinterment mean that? No, but it's under the same code because the charge was improper conveyance of a human body, misleading a police investigation, first-degree murder. He pleaded guilty to the lesser two. Okay, so not dismemberment, disinterment. But the jury can see he bought tools, he bought all the stuff, there's like blood, there's her clothes, there's like, what? So I'm sure they would know, even if they're not specifying it at the trial, that he dismembered her, that he improperly disposed of her body. But they don't have to decide on that. They've got to decide on first-degree murder. That's where it becomes challenging for the state because there's no body. They do not know exactly how she died. And the state's going to have to make it extremely clear, just like they did when they first had a preliminary hearing for Brian Walshe. They made it so crystal clear. I like the way they went bullet points. Make the timeline clear. He Googled William Fastow on Christmas Day. He then did this and this. Now, the defense could say, well, so what? If he thought Anna had an affair, it doesn't mean he murdered her. Sure. But the other problem is, with common sense, one wouldn't say she died suddenly in the bed as a very healthy 39-year-old mother of three, exercising, doing her thing even on the day. It's possible, but let's just say, okay, defense, she died in the bed. Why on earth would he then dismember her? Because they could see all the sores, the buckets, the blood, the everything. So the jury would understand that's what's happened. And they never found her body, so crap, he got rid of her body and the Google searches. I think his Google searches, text messages, Google searches are going to give him away the most. Thank you, Rodney Munch, for buying the mods 3 delicious coffees. And thank you, Monbet, for the $10 sticker. I think the Google search is saying, should I wash my crime scene clothes or throw them away? Well, that's incriminating. Crime scene, you say? I thought your wife just died suddenly in the bed. Crime scene. You know? And how to get rid of a body if you really needed to, he Googled. He Googled the word murder himself. You know? So I think his Google searches are going to hold a lot of weight, just like the Matthew Paul trial. His Google searches, they held a lot of weight. Because Matthew Paul, while they were not able to prove the victim's cause of death due to decomposition, him Googling obituaries when no one knew she was missing gave him away. Okay, let me quickly see. We're probably going to be back in a minute now, right? Yep. Okay, so we'll refresh the feed. There was no time for documents. So we're going to do this. There's still more to add to that timeline. That was an overview, I would say. It wasn't a bad overview, but it was an overview. Okay, so we're going to put this back on, and it's just so... We're going to zoom in, and then I'm just going to try to make it look pretty for you like this. Okay, yeah, lunch break until 2. Okay, sure. All right, now do you have any questions? Because now I can pay more attention to the chat here. Okay, So look at that clock. Are we there yet? It's kind of like, it's a little behind, isn't it? It's 2 o'clock. It's 2:01. Texas Swan said that, okay, so yeah, let's ask that. What do you think is the most incriminating evidence against Brian Walshe? Especially for first degree premeditated murder. That's what they need to prove. And again, I'll say, I think the defense did more for the state today than they did for themselves by bringing up the whole time that Brian may have been jealous of Jem Mutlu, because we know that Anna invited Jem over for New Year's Eve. On December 29th, she's like, please, you got to come over, you got to come over. Before that, she said to her mom, can you come over? She didn't want to spend time alone with Brian Walshe by the sounds of it. Maybe she had a gut feel about him at that point, meaning he was dangerous, right? There's accusations from the past where she had filed a police report saying that her boyfriend had threatened to kill her and a friend. It had been confirmed based on the address, based on the police reports, that it's Brian Walshe she was referring to because she was dating him at the time, right? That was 2014. The other thing is, with the landlord suing Diana Walshe for the damages to the property, because the landlord is like, your son murdered someone in there, and then they ripped up the floors and things. That documentation in that case talks about holes that were punched in the walls. Yeah, so doesn't that also, I'm speculating, okay? Sound like a DV guy, you know what I mean? Like a violent guy, like someone with a temper? Who's punching holes in the walls? Is he punching drywall all day? What's he doing? Tantrum thrower, huh? I don't know. And maybe Anna had to address him as well. Why are you using my credit card to buy sports memorabilia? What are you doing? Right? So I would say there were signs of a temper, even physical signs, according to the landlord, of holes being punched in the walls. According to the landlord, it's damage that he had documented to sue Brian's mother with. I think the case is still ongoing. I know a lot of people saying she lost big time. I think she's on a losing streak. The court is trying to reprimand her and make sure that she stops delaying things, but I don't think it's resolved yet. Anyway, so yeah, the landlord, we saw him testify, Peter Capozzoli. Stefan said, that clock reminds me of the clock in the High Noon movie. I don't know if I've seen that movie, but I like the clock. Emily said he 100 had anger management issues. And I mean, he said he was really angry with his father and all of that. He documented that himself. Okay. So, MBP said those documents are very interesting. Listen here, court, what is happening? Is Brian Walshe deciding if he's going to testify or what? I think he might. I do think he will. He has to. Explain that, right? Sec P said, I am less fortunate. I can only subscribe. Sorry, but I like, subscribe, and share. That's wonderful. Thank you for subscribing. Just remember, here at Grizzly True Crime, my community, we're known as the Grizzlies. If you want to be a Grizzly, all you got to do is subscribe. It's free. Subscribe. And if you do, then you said like and share. I really appreciate that, because that puts me in YouTube's good books as well. Number one, they're like, oh, people like your stuff. They like it when you cover trials. Okay, cool. Report card is looking good. But also, more people then get to see it, because YouTube will then show it to more people and invite more people to become a Grizzly. So that's free, right? I never ask for anything. But if you guys want to become members, thank you so much for supporting the work that I do. It's because of you that I'm able to have no ads on these long-ass trial days, because who wants that every 6 minutes? Merentia Grief. Oh, shocked, huh? That's a shocked face. Right? Thank you for your South African Rand $6.99 sticker. Debbie said, do we think his mom knew what he did? I don't know. What did he tell his mother? I wish he wasn't in the courtroom and was going to be called. But she's probably just going to plead the fifth, man.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Here we go, everyone. Afternoon session. 2 hours to go.
Court's in session.
that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So what did we learn in the lunch break? What footage can we still see? Well, there was a second Swamp Scott stop. We haven't seen that. What else did we not see? Even me, I'm like, wait, there's something else. There's a few things we might still be able to see. And I would still very much like to hear from the babysitter, because surely she could testify to, I did notice he changed the rugs, and then testify to his demeanor on January 1st. She was there from 1:45 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. Or 9. Yeah, and she helped out on all the other days as well, many of the other days as well. Do tell.
Yes, sure.
Now, what are they laughing about, eh? He's so guilty.
Jurors entering, all rise. Just watch your step.
Thank you, Amanda Cope, for your sticker.
Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call
Off
its
your
next
cell
witness.
phones.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
That's not Robin. That's not the babysitter. What does Christopher have? Do tell us.
Sir, could you just call me, please? Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank
Please,
you.
right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. Good. So it's you, you can have a seat, just pull that a little close. Just do me a favor. Well, let's speak in the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Careful now. Chris said, hi from Maine, and you got a theory. Okay, I'm blaming Brian Walsh fully for all of this. I think he's the one, but okay. Thank you for sharing your theory, and thank you for your sticker. So TJ Maxx is where Brian Walsh went on January 4th. Okay, so he went to go buy some outfits for himself. Very likely, after Googling, should I throw my crime scene clothes away or wash them? I guess he threw them away. And in fact, maybe that's what he threw away on January 1st, eh? Maybe that's what he threw away, honestly. So, okay, January 4th.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceeds to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos from Norwell, marked as next exhibit.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you.
Britta says, can we maybe please review the witness list quickly? Well, not right now, because we're about to see surveillance. I'm not gonna make us wait longer for that. I can't even wait for that. But when we have a moment, we can look at it. Yes, thank you so much.
Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play.
Quick pause. He went on January 4th to buy bath mats and towels, okay? And it's at the same location, there's a TJ Maxx, which is described as a retail chain featuring stylish brand name apparel, shoes, and accessories, plus housewares. Okay, so we're going to see him buy himself some outfitties. There he is. He's got a list.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
Armani boy. Shopping for a new outfit. That's what it says in the documents. Various items of men's clothing. It's got a belt there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
Look how he puts his hands behind his back. Thank you, Racer Girl, for spoiling the mods with coffees. Look at him. He's buying a belt, pants. The pants he's going to get arrested in. Well, we don't know that. I'm just speculating. Are you dressing for your future police interviews? Because this is January 4th. You know that you've already now. Oh, crap. Now your wife is reported missing and the police are on it. Better buy some pants. No, wasn't he using a gift card here as well? Or some kind of coupon? We saw receipts yesterday, right? Oh my word. Look at him, smiling. He's looking much more relaxed, see, on this day. Why? Because the day before he just got rid of a whole lot of evidence. Now he thinks, okay, cool. No body, no problem. Look at him. Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you're on, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Bernasconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
And how did he
Any
pay?
objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught up to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Stefan says, liberate.
Mr. Bernasconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may? What was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we saw some TJ Maxx surveillance. Any other stop and shop anywhere else that we can still see? MBP 33 said, Grizzly, you need to give the closing statement. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll do. let me in. Oh, sorry. I'm going to support this. Zengen Art said, was this before or after he got a call from her co-workers? He had called the co-workers, right? And started like going, hey, have you seen Anna and all that? And this was before. before that. He started, calling them after this, because it was at about 10:55 a.m. that they then went to Anna's townhouse after hearing, wait, what? She's missing? What do you mean? Like, I don't know, we haven't seen her, let's go check it out. So I think he did this shopping first, and then he started calling a little bit and be like, hey everyone, like, have you seen Anna? Because yeah, I haven't seen her since January 1st, work emergency.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alissa Kirby.
Alissa Kirby was Anna's best friend in Washington, D.C. So this should be interesting. We've looked at some interviews of her before that she did with the media. So in some of these breaks, I can't remember which day, we looked at some of that, right? So now we're going to hear from Alissa Kirby. Here we go. Thank you, Tom. In fact, this will only take a few seconds. Let me just show you like this because Britt had asked earlier, can we quickly see the witness list? We can quickly see it. Hold on 1 second. I'll show it to you here. Here we go. Okay, so I started highlighting, but I didn't finish. Okay, so keepers of records. So there we go. TJ Maxx we heard from. Did we? I don't think we heard from Bryant Blanco, did we? Anyway, from Wireless Zone Verizon. You could just see it here. Take a screenshot for yourself that you can look, right? I've also posted this on Patreon on a free post, so you can find it there too. But I was going through it this morning just to see, well, who else do we still have to hear from? I don't think we had heard from some of the life insurance people, but not all of them. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll hear more of that as well. Because some of the documents say in early reports that Anna took out life insurance on December 20th of 2022. That's interesting timing to me, and it was like $2.2 million worth. I still want to hear about that. I want to see confirmation. Are we going to hear about that? I don't know. But you can see here, and then civilians, we've heard from Julie Basser, Peter Capozzoli, the landlord. Ashley worked at the bar method. Janet Cotter saw Anna at a nail salon on December 31st. We haven't heard from, have we? Jesse E. DeVoe, I don't think so. Jeremy Dossier, Axios. And we might not hear from all of these, but we also might. We shall see. William Fastow, we heard from. Susan Garland. Robin Howe, that's the babysitter. Peter Kirby and Alissa Kirby. See, now Alissa Kirby is going to take the stand. So I can highlight that. Teresa from Tishman Speyer, we heard from. Nancy McAloon, New York Life Insurance, haven't heard from. Chris Murphy, yes. Jem Mutlu, yes. And that's it for the civilians. Right? And then they go here to the MSP Crime Lab personnel. So there's still a few on this list. But I think we've heard from most of the civilians. I'm looking forward to Alissa Kirby, yes, and the babysitter. Okay, so now let's go back to our feed quickly here. Sorry for that interruption. I just wanted to show you so that you know.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay. Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alissa Kirby, ALISSA-KIR, B as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
Okay. And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And
We spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe, I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And,
Sorry, gonna pause there. That was December 25th, right? Christmas Day when he couldn't get hold of Anna. My word, he called Anna. He hadn't heard from her. She was supposed to come home that morning for Christmas on a flight. There was a snowstorm. She missed it. Well, the flight was cancelled, so she decided to drive up instead. Brian Walshe hadn't heard from her, so he called her, missed call. She was probably like driving. Anyway, and then he started Googling Christmas plane crashes Anna Walshe found dead, and then calling Alissa, her friend, and saying, have you heard from her? And they're like, oh, then he's panicked, you said. He sounded panicked. His Google searches show that too. But then after Anna's missing, everybody says he did not sound panicked. That's interesting. Hope the jury's paying attention to that, because like, See, he wasn't panicked because he knew what he did.
approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Disdained, non-responsive, so I'll strike the last part. Ask a next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Oh, thank you, Judge. We can hear the tea, though. We hear it. I thought they were so happy, according to the defense. Oh, my word. If the state's going to rest today, which is what the judge said yesterday, and I'm still like, really? The state's arrest? Oh, wow. Well, I mean, it makes sense, actually, based on everything we've seen. Ooh, they're finishing strong, right? Lily Lexi said, you are doing great, Alissa. You are helping getting justice for your beloved friend. Yes, shame. This must be so difficult. My goodness. Also, Abraham, thank you so much for spoiling the mods with coffees.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant? What she had said to Brian Walshe about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean, what did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, he was delaying things to delay jail. Well, look at him go now. Just admit you're wrong. Oh, he's still not doing that. Okay, only partly though. Like he's like, okay, I'm gonna plead guilty to two of the things. Yeah, that's not helping. Okay.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
That she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name, so she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from D.C. to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh my. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so Anna wanted him to take responsibility. By that meaning, just admit what you did with the art fraud and go to freaking jail, serve your time, maybe it's a year, and then we can sort this out instead of delay. Yeah, take some accountability for what you did. But instead of doing that, he layered on more crimes. Bigger ones. Murder, lying to the police, and the improper disposal of a human body. Damn, bro. I think you should have just taken responsibility and gone to jail.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that, and she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always...
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
A psychic, you say, Diana Walsh? Oh, like when you were in court for your baby boy's art fraud, you're like, oh, Anna's holding hands with Jem Mutlu. Sounds to me like you were interfering. My goodness. So that's interesting. Okay. Somebody was saying if she wanted Brian to sort things out and all of that and then go to D.C., then why the affair? Well, she wanted her children with her. I still think at some point she was going to leave his ass, you know?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Did you see Anna Walsh after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
And when did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's she was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walsh?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with Exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes. Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
You want to just look at that for a moment? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you.
January 2nd, you say? So before he had contacted Anna's colleagues and said, hey, I haven't heard from her or seen her. Oh, on January 2nd, while he was doing all those other things, like going to Home Depot and, you know, been to Lowe's the day before, Home Depot the next day to buy more buckets and things. On that same day, he texted Jem Mutlu to say, oh, I found my phone. And on this day, he also texted Alissa Kirby. Okay, let's see the messages.
So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down.
On the 3rd, okay.
Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. The next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
Interesting. So this was the first person that he then told that Anna was, well, not really. I think he said he emailed his mother, hey, to say that Anna had a work emergency. He said 2 business associates. I think one turned out to be his mother based on what they said along the way, but okay. Oh, January 3rd though, 12:51 p.m. Hello, I know we did this a week ago. Why does he say that? Because on Christmas Day, he'd contacted Alissa and said, have you heard from Anna? Haven't heard from her. He was all panicked. And Anna was very upset about that. That he contacted her friend, her DC friend, right? To say like, have you heard from her? Because Anna had a missed call. And she was making her way from Washington, driving to Massachusetts. So when he says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, that's what he's referring to. But have you heard from Anna? January 3rd. Okay.
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're going to object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine, that's
Okay.
all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the
Okay.
phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Oh. No, we want to know more. Do tell, do tell. A call with his mother. Was that on the 4th, or which day was that? Oh, you got your hand over your mouth again, huh? Me talking to Brian Walsh, in case someone's like, are you calling me out? No, I'm talking to this guy right here. Mm-hmm. I'm just reading what you guys are saying. We can go forward a little bit now. Oh, you can't look at this witness, hey?
The psychic saying...
Okay.
Going back for just a moment, on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, did his mother really say that, or is that a story Brian Walsh made up? Because he's a major liar. So he's like, my mom said that she went to a psychic and the psychic says that you're having an affair. Did your mom do that, or did you make it up, bro? Just to bring it up somehow. Also, if his mother did go to a psychic, I do not know why the psychic would be like, ooh, your daughter-in-law? Yeah, no, she's having an affair. What kind of psychic is that? What's going on there? Okay, weird topic of conversation. Anyway, you should probably ask for a refund, Dinah. Moving on. So I don't know if Brian made it up. Do you think Brian made it up, or do you think that the mom actually did that? And if the mom actually did that, I mean, at some point, Brian asked his mother to hire a private investigator. And the private investigator was apparently hired to be around DC between Christmas, you know, when Anna went back there, so between the 27th and the 29th, to spy on Anna, to like prove she was having an affair, but Will Fastow wasn't there at the time. He was on holiday with his kids, right? So, yeah, the PI found nothing at the time.
I'm gonna swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what...
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury on it.
You may.
See, another one where they're like, let's blur her face. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in D.C.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, that was what she would tell me, yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays?
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday?
Mm-hmm.
And that he worried you?
Mm-hmm.
I see where this is going. Oh, so that's why it took him so long, to ask people if they've heard it from Anna. Oh, because he didn't want to bother them. Yeah, but the circumstances were different because this now involved alleged murder and dismemberment. So it's just not the same.
It mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was the relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in D.C. with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow?
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate?
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on, yeah.
Okay.
I see where you're going now, defense. Like, she could have suddenly died in bed, right? Drained, exhausted, burnt out. Just died in bed. Sudden, unexplained. And that would be fine and possible if Brian Walshe called 911 or an ambulance or anyone. What he did though, that makes that very unlikely. But okay, the defense has got to do what they got to do. Stefan says this, okay, is slowly getting on my nerves.
And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing on. She just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, but when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier. Falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes?
Yes, okay.
I'll apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say, like, this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened, so we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay.
jail time, yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out, like, what to do. They had been living apart, and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together, and that she wanted,
especially the kids,
him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think,
Objection, Your Honor. As
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
she said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to, I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And
Oh my. Did you hear that? Ooh, Brian was always like, how much do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? And Anna was like, oh my word, he's always asking me this, but he doesn't say he loves me. But this time I told him, well, not as much anymore. Oh, on December 29th, hey, of 2022.
that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to,
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think
Okay.
or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
Yes, do a sidebar and ask Brian Walshe if he'd like to plead guilty now. Shame, she did very well. Yeah, don't look at him, don't look at him. Yeah, Brian Walshe, we heard that, eh? So, not a jealous type. Okay, that's what Anna also said. He's not like really a jealous. Oh, but he's saying the whole time, do you love me? 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 How much do you love me? How much? How much do you love? Oh. And finally, after being so freaking patient and being so exhausted, traveling up and down, making sure that his needs are looked after, because he can't go anywhere else because he's got an ankle monitor. And Anna's like, I wish he would just take accountability, responsibility, just take the jail time. Let's get this moving along. Stop pumping the brakes, bro. Oh, on December 29th of 2022, according to Alissa, Anna's best friend in Washington, D.C., Anna says, and then I told him, not as much anymore. Do you love me? Do you love me? Not as much anymore because of everything. Yeah, we all heard that. And the babysitter, are we going to hear from her?
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you.
No babysitter? The Commonwealth rests. The state has rested. Come on, man. I wanted to hear from the babysitter because she could testify to his demeanor. But I guess we can see from surveillance. Sus. But okay. Okay. Big state rested, everyone. The state has rested. Okay?
So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything in the case. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave.
But you know what's coming up, right? It's probably going to be a judgment of acquittal, that the state hasn't proven their case, that usual, right? Once the jury goes, now there'll be motions and things. And then, Judge, please ask Brian Walshe if he's going to testify. Can we hear that today? Is he going to testify tomorrow? Shame, he was ready today. What will he wear tomorrow then?
I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
Close those notebooks. What are you smiling about, bro? Oh.
Be seated.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, defendant would move for required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And
Chief and Chair.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
So if you're only joining now, welcome. State has rested. And now the defense motions. They would like, did they say a directed verdict or what? They want a not guilty. How about no?
All right, I'll hear from you.
For For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established, by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Okay, we're probably going to hear from the state now. My rebuttal would be, oh, but on December 25th, he was like panicking, where's Anna? Because there was a missed call, and he said, I haven't heard from you. And then he's like, Anna Walsh found dead. And he's like, ooh, Christmas plane crash. Why would you jump to that? Were you excited? You're going to inherit her properties or what? Anyway, let's say he was just panicking. Yeah, but on that day, he Googled William Fastow. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Number one. Secondly, his mother with a psychic, his mother with a PI. He asked his mother to hire a PI. There's that. Third, he Googled, what's the best state to get a divorce for a man? Oh, so after Christmas and around December 29th, you're Googling what's the best state to get a divorce for a man? That's interesting. And then we hear from Anna's best friend in D.C. that Anna said on the 29th, I told him, because he keeps asking, do you love me, do you love me? And I said, not as much anymore because of everything. Look what you've done. Oh. All of that, right? Okay, so, but let's hear what they say. And that's just a few things off the top of my head.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that, looking at the Chase statement, that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right.
What an excellent summary of everything. I didn't realize that's why at the time. Did you realize that the Chase credit card statements at the time, many people in chat were like, why are they showing us this? Oh, he was monitoring that because there was a flight to Dublin, Ireland? Well, that was made clear now. Oh, damn. So he was aware of that, hey? Mm-hmm.
The Latimer Standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
Excellent.
Just object to the record.
I understand.
Now ask him if he's going to testify. Hmm?
You indicated to me at the side of the bench that there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are, can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
A sidebar, evidentiary issues, hey? Ooh, Brian Walshe, what are you writing there? Letter to your mother? Because he's going down, in my opinion. How? Is it too soon to say, how long do you think the verdict will take? I mean, the defense still has to present their case, right? Which witnesses will they bring? Including him. Will he take the stand, huh? Okay, we were 6 minutes behind, so thankfully we can go forward a little bit. Okay, now we're all caught up. Damn it, wait. Yeah, we're all caught up now. At least we skipped 6 minutes of sidebar. Stefan's like, evidentiary issues? I wonder what that would be. Yeah, Stefan, will the defendant testify? I think so. Should we do a poll? Because they're going to have to ask him soon, isn't it? Okay, wait, start a poll. Do you think Brian Walshe, aka, sorry, will testify? I'm just going to say yes or no. You only have two choices. No, I don't know. Do you think so? Yes or no? Okay, cast your votes. Do you think he'll chicken out like Matthew Paul did? Matthew Paul trial. That was a liar, and he Googled a lot. And there was a lot of circumstantial evidence in that case too. And when they asked Matthew Paul, do you want to testify? Are you going to testify? He said, no. And he said, Opper, that was the district attorney, she's too good at fabricating the evidence, at fabricating things, so he's not gonna. Oh my. So how will Brian Walshe accept or deny if he will take the stand or not? For anyone that stepped away, like BB Glazer, where'd you go? You say, I stepped away. Okay. You said, has the state rested? Yes, the state has rested. And then there was what would usually be called a judgment of acquittal, where the defense is like, yeah, the state did not prove their case, so we'd like our client to be found not guilty on this. Thank you so much. And the judge denied that motion. So the defense had the argument, the state, then the judge shared her decision, her thoughts, and then decision of denied. So the jury will have the case once the defense, of course, has presented their evidence, which I think includes him taking the stand. Okay. And then, of course, there'll be, at some point, closing arguments. Can't wait for verdict watch. I'll probably just sit here at my computer because I don't think it'll be long. If I had to guess. Verdict, huh? 90 minutes to 2 hours. 1 hour 45. What would you guess? If they can reach a unanimous verdict, of course. You never know. There might be one or two jurors. It's like, I don't think so. But, okay, so far, do you think Brian Walshe will testify? Oh, 53% say yes, and 54% say yes now, and 46% say no. Okay, Texas woman said, is there a defense witness list? So let's quickly have a look at that. I think it says it somewhere at the end of this document that I have. Wait. Bring this up here quickly. Okay. There, defense prospective witnesses. Dr. Stephen Lakin, Cephos Corporation, Joel Skoletsky, also Cephos Corporation, Priya Banerjee, Anchor Forensic Consulting, Dan Faria, MWV Forensics, Stephen Verona, MWV Forensics, Tracy Minor, his former attorney, who he could no longer afford, Michael Proctor, oh my, it's on this list as a prospective witness for the defense. You gonna put Michael Proctor on the stand? And do what? Grill him about his career? I was gonna say about corruption, but you know what I mean. Let's not get too much into the weeds of that topic, but wow, defense is like Michael Proctor. Can you just imagine? He was a detective on the Karen Reed case. Very controversial figure. Lost his job, got fired and everything. Okay. Tim Creamer. Who the heck is Tim Creamer? I don't know. Do we know Tim Creamer? Stefan said, Cephos Corp is a DNA analysis service. Okay. Damn it. I've caught it. It's contagious. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop doing that. Sorry about that. Oh dear. I will not say it like that again. Okay. Okay. Do the opposite. Okay. Katarina Scar. Seller said, Brian Walsh will talk. I mean, he is a con man and known as a man of mystery. Is how someone described him that knew him before. So, Mr. Mystery, take the stand and tell us a tall story. So, updated potential witness list. When was this published? Thank you to Grizzly Cat for all these documents, by the way. If you want to buy her a coffee, the link is in the description box. Okay, keepers of records. Let's see. So we saw this guy. We saw this guy today. TJ Maxx. Bryant Blanco. We didn't see Bryant Blanco, right? From Wireless Zone Verizon. I don't think so. I don't remember that. Joseph Caesar's Vin and Liquors. Yes. KOR. Keeper of records. Stop and Shop in Swampscott. We did see a Stop and Shop keeper of record. Keeper of record, Lowe's, Danvers, and we did see that. Okay, we're just waiting. Okay, they're doing sidebar. Jay Gourriere, keeper of records, Beacon Communities, Chatham West. Yes, we did hear from a keeper of records from Chatham West Apartments. Hector Hernandez, or keeper of records, Chestnut Glen Apartments. We did hear from, did we? No, we didn't. We didn't hear from someone from Chestnut Glen Apartments. Grizzly Cat says, thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Did we hear from, let's see, keeper of records, federal probation? Yeah, we did. Thomas M. Menino, junior keeper of records, JetBlue. Yes, we did. We're highlighting who we've seen. The state has rested. So we're just going over who we didn't see. Okay. Keeper of records, Lyft. Yes. Uber. Yes. Now, which life insurance was it? I think it was MetLife, huh? But we didn't hear from the New York Life one, Credit Union, or Fairfax. Okay, they're coming back. They're coming back. American Express. Did we hear from them? Barclays, Fidelity, JP Morgan Chase. We did hear that. Leader Bank. I don't think so. Verizon, Atlanta, Jamie Flint. Keeper of records, CVS. Yes, we did. Okay, and we can do that another time again. We were just basically just waiting to see when they come back and what they say. So, Brian Walsh, will you be testifying or what? Tell us, tell us.
All right. So I think we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything?
Stop it. What a cliffhanger.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hear this trial and its cliffhangers. Judge, come on. Please ask Brian Walsh now, just in case. Remember that to ask Donna Adelson multiple times. Loved that trial. Oh my word. Judge Everett, Mrs. Adelson, you must choose. Maybe they should ask Brian Walsh now, because he'll be like, I don't know, I'm not ready yet. Although I think maybe everybody will be like, yeah, let's just ask him tomorrow, because he's probably going to say yes. Okay. Beverly Ian says, gee, I love it. You say, oh my, to Michael Proctor being on the defense witness list. That could get quite interesting, hey? Okay, let's see the poll results, and we will We'll see tomorrow. Okay, do you think Brian Walshe will testify? I could see I spelled testify wrong. Testify. Sorry about the typo there. Okay, yes says 54% of you. No says 46%. Interesting. Thank you to everyone who's liked this live stream. I might get a C on my report card from YouTube. It's based on your likes. Okay, I might get a score of a C or so, a D or a C. Definitely not an A or a B. If you want me to get an A or B, just like it, like the video. Thank you so much. Are you ready now to teleport to day 9 of the Brian Walshe trial? Which means I will be filming a trailer for you that I'll put over there to let you know what you missed today. I will then be putting timestamps on this live stream replay for you, which you'll always find in the comment section, pinned comment, and in the description box, or you could hover over the video to see the chapters. I'm probably gonna have to update a thumbnail, yeah, because not state rest, question mark, state rest, exclamation. Okay, and then we meet again for day 9, and the defense has a case to present. And if they don't, imagine if they say Brian Walshe is not gonna testify and the defense rests. Oh my word, well guess what happens next? Closing arguments and then verdict watch tomorrow. I can't wait. If that doesn't happen, defense case. Let's see how that goes. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching day 8 with me. It was quite eventful. My goodness, if you missed anything, you can always catch up. Remember, I published a video for you guys at 2 o'clock in the morning, my time. Okay, please go watch it. It's on a different case. It's a fetal abduction case, the Rebecca Park case. So if you missed that notification, you got some homework too, okay? The council has homework. You got homework. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. Bye.